Chapter 592. Siren. The words of the earth elemental pulled Chin Rue back from the memory of another world. Yes, it's a siren, not a mermaid. The beautiful and kind little mermaid in Andersen's fairy tales should be based on the siren in Greek mythology. However, the siren in Greek mythology was not a good person. Her appearance was somewhat similar to the harpy in front of him. She often used her beautiful singing voice to lure ships to hit the reef and eat the crew. The story of the three siren sisters and the hero Odysseus was also very famous, but the mermaid in front of him was the real siren that he had to face. The siren on land did not have the agility and speed in the sea at all. They desperately wanted to jump back into the sea, but there was a strange suction on this island. Their bodies seemed to be several times heavier for no reason. They could hardly move, and some couldn't even breathe. However, whether Chinrue flew or walked, he did not feel the slightest difference. It showed the degree of Moore's power control. The talent you are looking for is over there. Chinrue looked in the direction Moore pointed and saw a siren there. This siren had long black hair with slight curls. It was wet and hung in front of her chest, covering her well-proportioned chest. The skin on her body faintly glowed like a flawless jade. From this angle, only a small side of her face could be seen, but it was still amazing. This siren was still singing. Her singing had a strange power. The pain of her nearby companions was obviously alleviated a lot. Moore waved his hand, and the land brought the siren to him as if it was teleportation magic. If one only looked at the upper body, the siren's appearance was very beautiful. Even compared with the most beautiful Asmodeus in the demon realm, they were not inferior. This siren was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Her appearance was beautiful, revealing a pure temperament, especially her golden eyes. They were full of natural charm, like singing. There was no need to be pretentious, but there was a strong hostility in her eyes at the moment. She should be the queen or princess of the siren. When Moore saw the golden crystal between the siren's eyebrows, he reminded her. Generally, the crystal of a siren was red. At this moment, the remaining harpies in the sky saw that their queen had been defeated by the enemy. They screamed and swooped down. When they approached a certain height, they were immediately affected by the island's gravity and fell to the ground. The others did not dare to approach. They only hissed from afar or spat out mucus. But due to the gravitational force, they could only return without success. The banshees refused to disperse. They hovered carefully in the air, waiting for an opportunity to attack. They kept making annoying hissing sounds. "I'll leave this place to you. I'll go and clean up those harpies." Moore's body gradually floated up, and the dense sand and stones around his body began to spin. The Earth Elemental King raised his hands to the sky, and the spinning sand suddenly turned into a violent hurricane. The entire sky was shrouded in yellow sand. To be more precise, it was like a super sandstorm. The smoke and dust in the sky obscured almost all of the sight. In the permeating sand and dust, countless gravel condensed by the purest earth element power moved at high speed, becoming the most lethal weapon. The harpies who were shrouded in the sandstorm couldn't keep their balance at all, let alone attack or escape. Under the terrifying power, they instantly became sieves. The sirens and Chinrue below could only faintly hear the screams in the whistling sound. "Don't kill them." The most beautiful siren stopped singing. She struggled to get up under the effect of gravity and made a painful cry. She was actually speaking the common language of the demon realm. This voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. It was sad and moving, but Chinrue, who was wearing the god-eating mask, just glanced at her faintly. The strength of this siren is only the early stage of the Demon Emperor, but her singing can actually affect me, who has S-level spirit power. Even if she is a mutated talent, it is quite amazing. The Siren tribe really has super talented abilities. The power of the Earth Elemental King opened Chinrue's eyes. At the same time, he also thought of one thing. At Town Lupin in the Blue Lava Estate, Peglio fought against the Dark Elemental King Hegel. Then he fought alone against the Dark Elemental King, the Water Elemental King, and the Bloody Empire's first general under the pseudonym Bladder. In the end, he was injured and defeated. Judging from the strength displayed by Moore, although his power level was only the peak stage of the Demon Overlord, some of his means and understanding of power had exceeded the scope of the peak stage of the Demon Overlord. From this, it could be inferred that the Dark Elemental King at that time should not have recovered his true power. Otherwise, perhaps Paglio would be at a disadvantage. Another Water Elemental King, Lambost, obviously reserved his strength. He had not gone all out to fight recklessly. Otherwise, if he held Paglio with all his strength that time, Chinrue was likely to have died in the hands of Hegel. The dust in the air gradually dissipated, and bloody corpses fell to the dust. There were no harpies in the air, only feathers flying all over the sky. The Earth Elemental King had always appeared gentle and elegant in front of Chinrue, like an honest gentleman, but now he showed a decisive side in the face of the enemy. Except for the dozens of harpies on the ground, thousands of harpies on this trip had all died. Harpy Queen screamed angrily when she saw this scene. Although harpies were extremely fierce creatures, they were not low in intelligence. Now, with the help of the sirens, she was still defeated. Knowing that she was not the enemy's opponent at all, she immediately flapped her wings and flew up. She pounced on the nearest siren. Fangs appeared in her mouth, and she bit the siren's neck in one bite. Harpy Queen had a mutated blood-sucking talent. She could suck the blood of ordinary creatures to recover her strength. The blood of the same kind could also activate a secret method to make her launch a powerful transformation. The more powerful the blood, the stronger the transformation effect. What she wanted to do now was to use the siren's blood to recover her strength and escape. Then she would try to take revenge next time. The siren struggled desperately in pain, but Harpy Queen didn't mean to stop at all. As she just started to suck blood, a figure appeared in front of her in an instant. With a whip kick, Harpy Queen was kicked away fiercely. The siren, who was lucky enough to escape, couldn't care less about the exposed scenery on her chest. She covered the 4 bloody holes on her neck with her hands, showing a look of horror. But this horror was more directed at Chinrue. Seeing that Harpy Queen still dared to be fierce, Chinrue's murderous intention surged. A faint light appeared in his hand, and he slashed in the air. Harpy Queen felt the danger behind her, but it was too late to dodge. She was slashed by the sword. Her left wing was cut off along with her arm. She screamed miserably, "Wait a minute! Don't kill her!" The beautiful Demon Emperor level siren didn't know where she got the strength from. She desperately jumped in front of Chinrue and stopped him. Chinrue pointed at Harpy Queen, who was about to pounce on another siren. "She almost killed your kind, yet you are still pleading for her?" The siren said coldly, "She just killed one of my companions, but what you are going to kill is all of us." Chinrue did not stop the Banshee King because the figure of the Earth Elemental King appeared in front of the Banshee King. The Banshee King's forward movement was fixed in the air. Her body began to stiffen quickly, and her lower body gradually turned into stone. No, the beautiful siren was shocked and cried, "Let her go!" The siren's sad and moving plea had no effect on Moore. The characteristic of the Earth Elementals was that they would not easily provoke the enemy, but they were by no means kind people. Once they were hostile, they would mercilessly strike like thunder, leaving no future trouble. After a while, the ferocious expression of the severely injured Harpy Queen completely solidified. Not only Harpy Queen, but all the harpies on the ground were turned into stone statues. Earth Elemental King waved his hand, and all the stone statues shattered at the same time. The sirens who witnessed this scene showed angry expressions. Looking at the hatred in the golden eyes of the beautiful siren, who was either a queen or a princess, Chinrue sneered, "Why let them go? They know when you kill the passing travelers and use those bones as a symbol of showing off. Have you ever thought of letting them go?" The beautiful siren did not answer. She looked at the sirens around her. Many sirens' fishtails began to gradually change. They were wrapped in a layer of mist-like film, faintly showing the shape of human legs. This state was not a good thing for the sirens. Generally speaking, the sirens could not stay on land for a long time, especially on this island with extremely rich earth elements. Once the time limit was reached, the sirens would dry up and die because they lost the power of the water element. The golden eyes of the beautiful siren showed determination. Her beautiful voice began to sing an unknown tune. The tune was full of tragic and desolate meaning. The rest of the sirens also began to sing. Chinrue was protected by the god-eating mask, so he was not affected by illusions, but the feeling of sadness was still deep in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the song of Isildur that Athena sang in Town Lupin in the past. At this moment, the entire island also began to change. The land in the center slowly sunk and rose on all sides. At the same time, a large amount of seawater sprayed out from the ground like a huge bowl filled with water. Some sirens who were facing danger were immediately relieved, but they were still unable to move freely for a while due to gravity. The voice of the Earth Elemental King sounded, "The sirens are vegetarians. They are not as bloodthirsty and cruel as the harpies. But there is no doubt that the sirens are the accomplices of the harpies' attack on the travelers. What makes me feel strange is that the main reason why the sirens and the harpies accompany each other is that they need the harpies' breath to stop the blue spot disease. But it is not that there are no substitutes. Obviously, we have no intention of exterminating the sirens. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Why do you still sing the song of Breaking Soul? I need to remind you that the song of Breaking Soul has no effect on us. The song of Breaking Soul was a kind of song that self-destructed. It could self-destruct and launch a powerful curse. For the pure elemental body of the Earth Elemental King, the curse was completely ineffective. Chinrue had the inheritance of the pseudo-god powerhouse, more thought so. His soul power was unfathomable, so he would not be affected either. Chinrue continued, "The harpies took the initiative to attack us. They deserve to die in our hands. We don't want to exterminate the sirens. We can forgive your guilt as an accomplice. Even for the blue spot disease, we can provide corresponding help. Don't want to exterminate the sirens?" The beautiful gold crystal siren glanced at Chinrue contemptuously. "So what do you want? Do you want to capture the sirens as female slaves? Or do you need the siren's heart?" This sentence made Chinrue frown. The appearance of seawater alleviated the crisis of the sirens drying up, but the song of Breaking Soul did not stop. It continued to ring. A solemn and stirring breath of death permeated the island and became more and more intense. At this moment, a low and elegant voice floated over from afar. Under the interference of this voice, the aura of the song of Breaking Souls gradually disappeared without a trace. A strange expression appeared on the beautiful face of the gold crystal siren. Then, she saw a figure appearing in the field. This was a very beautiful woman wearing a sexy robe. Her lower body was a pair of slender legs instead of a fish body. The appearance of this woman was similar to the portrait of the gold crystal siren. She had black hair, golden pupils, and a little golden crystal stone between her eyebrows, but her temperament was completely different. Her whole body was full of mature and seductive charm. In contrast, the previous beautiful gold crystal siren was more like an unripe apple. Elena greets the two powerhouses. This siren, named Elena, had reached the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. She performed a strange courtesy to the Earth Elemental King and Chinrue. Mor and Chinrue looked at each other and said, "Royal Highness of the Siren Royal Highness, I'm Mor, and this is my friend Chinrue. I have only felt such a pure breath of elements on Royal Highness Lambost. Your Highness, Mor, should I address an elemental king like this?" Elena's experience and eyesight were obviously quite extensive. Coupled with the amazing work of this island, She guessed the origin of more. More nodded and said, I went to the sea area of the water elementals at Lambos' appointment. I was attacked by the sirens and harpies along the way. As a result, you can see that the harpies have all been destroyed and the sirens are still alive. Elena confirmed the identity of the opponent in front of her. He is indeed one of the 6 elemental kings, a powerhouse who is on par with the water elemental king Lambos. I can't fight him. She was secretly shocked and saluted again. Thank you for your highness' kindness. Please forgive the siren's ignorance and offense. What I want to ask is, what price do I have to pay to get your highness' forgiveness? More threw the burden to Chinrue. My friend needs some help from the sirens. If you can meet his requirements, then all the sirens can leave safely. Currently, Chinrue was the winner, so there was naturally no need to beat around the bush. He pointed to the beautiful young siren. I want her. Elena's face suddenly sank. Helen is my daughter and the heir of the siren tribe. But even if she is just an ordinary siren, I will not accept this threat. With the profound knowledge of your royal highness, you should know the tradition of the sirens. I admit that I'm not your opponent, but using force can only let you and your friends harvest the corpses of the sirens, if this is your original intention. The Earth Elemental King added lightly, I just want to ask, are you ready to accept the consequences of the siren tribe's extinction? The siren tribe is already in danger of extinction. Helen interjected coldly, since you killed the witches. If it's just for the blue spot disease, I don't think it's like this. Moore frowned. If there are other reasons, maybe my friend and I can help the siren tribe. Before Elena answered, Helen had already spoken directly. King Tong looked directly at Chenrue. If you can help the siren completely solve the problem of Naga and Phantom Coral, I will be yours. Chapter 593. As soon as Helen said this, Elena's body trembled slightly. She seemed to be struggling in her heart. Finally, she took a deep breath and didn't speak. The faces of the rest of the sirens showed grief and indignation at the same time. This scene made Chinrue feel weird in his heart, as if he was a bully who used coercion and temptation to rape a woman. Don't get me wrong. In fact, I just want to use your... As soon as Chinrue said half of his words, he was interrupted by Helen's cold stare. I swear in the name of the siren's heart. As long as you can help the siren tribe solve the problem, I can promise you no matter what the conditions are. Otherwise, all you'll get is a cold corpse. Chenrue's forehead was a little sweaty. But am I just a fan listening to you sing? Why would I want a corpse? Even if the vitality of the siren's heart was damaged, it would be enough to compensate with a lot of black potions and devil fruits. The winner was the king. It was the rule of this world. As the loser, he got the forgiveness and help of the winner to pay such a small price. This should be considered as a gain for the siren tribe. Therefore, the Earth Elemental King showed a matter-of-fact expression. He did not waste his breath to explain why Chinrue needed Helen. He asked, I want to know about Naga and Phantom Coral first. At this point, the siren tribe was no longer able to resist the strength of the two. Moore withdrew his power. The island that appeared out of thin air gradually disappeared and returned to the original sea area. Only the feathers floating around witnessed the previous bloody battle. Phantom Coral was a sensitive word for Chenrue. If he could get a large amount of this material, he could repair the crystal demonic beasts in the castle of the ancient alchemy civilization and build a large guard. Phantom Coral was also one of the necessary materials to repair the strongest guardian, the crystal giant beast. According to Elena, the Phantom Coral was originally a relatively common creature in the Ocean of Death. Later on, the Ocean of Death underwent some kind of mutation, and many marine species were eroded by a strange power. Their reproduction rate was greatly reduced, and they had to rely on the Phantom Coral to resolve the erosion. Otherwise, they would face the danger of extinction. From then on, spectral corals became the most scarce resource, and battles broke out frequently between the sea tribes. Sirens and harpies had a mutually beneficial relationship. Sirens used the breath of harpies to prevent the blue spot disease. Siren songs could be used as bait for harpies to hunt. Under this relationship, they formed an alliance. Their common enemy was the Naga tribe that occupied a large number of phantom coral resources. Demons claimed to be the most intelligent race. Succubus was the only all-female race, and the rest were collectively referred to as demonic beasts. In fact, there were many pure female creatures in the demon realm who relied on unscientific methods, in Chunrue's opinion, to continue their offspring. This was the case with sirens and harpies. Their enemy, Naga, was also a female race, and it was one of the most powerful races in the sea. Nagas, also known as Nagas, looked a bit like Medusa. Their upper body was female, and their lower body was that of a snake. The difference was that Nagas didn't have Medusa's snake hair, but they had a few more arms. Arms were the most important symbol of Naga's level and strength. Nagas at the lowest level had 2 arms like ordinary people. The stronger ones had 4 arms, and the highest level was Naga with 6 arms. Nagas didn't have Medusa's petrification talent and long-range archery skills, but they had poison talent and terrifying melee combat ability. Sirens and harpies could only seize a small part of the phantom coral resources to barely ensure the survival of their tribe. Now that most of the elites, including the harpies, including the queen, had fallen in this battle, the sirens who lost their allies were not the Nagas' opponents at all, so they were naturally unable to compete for the phantom coral. This meant that even if there were no foreign enemies, the sirens would gradually become extinct. Chunrue understood the reason. No wonder Helen would stop us from killing the harpies and the harpy queen. At this time, the fatigue period of royal star transformation began to arrive, and bursts of fatigue came. He immediately perked up and asked, "Is there a ready-made phantom coral? Can you show it to me?" Elena hesitated a little and gave a few orders to a siren. The siren dived into the water and returned soon with a small reef. There were some ginkgo leaf-like things on the reef, and there were many whisker-like pink tentacles at the end. When Chunrue stretched out his hand, the ginkgo leaf curled up into a ball like a layered fungus. When he got closer, the color quickly changed from pink to black, and then became transparent. It exuded a cold breath as if it was intimidating the enemy. Chunrue was curious. A faint mist appeared in his hand and wrapped around the phantom coral. It was the strange power of the Galaxy Garden, but the mist wrapped around the phantom coral for a while and retracted. The failure of the Galaxy Garden made Chunrue frown. The phantom coral should be an animal, so it was obviously not within the cultivation scope of the Galaxy Garden. He thought about it and asked, "If I can provide you with the Fountain of Vitality, can it remove this erosive power?" Fountain of Vitality? Elena was taken aback and replied, "The Fountain of Vitality is a legendary magical water source. The sirens are water creatures. They should be able to use the Fountain of Vitality to mutate and evolve into stronger strength, but it is still unknown whether it can contain the strange erosion. Take this bottle and try it first. If it works, I can continuously provide the Fountain of Vitality to the Siren tribe in the future. So, the life and death of the entire Siren tribe are in your hands." This rude remark obviously came from Helen. In her heart, these demons who openly threatened the lives of her tribe to get her were despicable villains. The preconceived concept made Chunrue's image even more unbearable in Helen's eyes. Elena showed a hopeful look and took the bottle. The other party actually took out the legendary Fountain of Vitality, which let the Siren tribe see the hope of continuation. "I have to try anyway." What Chunrue wanted to do most now was to sleep. He yawned and didn't bother to pay attention to the mermaid's sharp words. He said to Moore, "I'll go back to the ship to rest for a while." Moore knew that Chunrue might have some problems with his body, so he nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Under Helen's disgusted gaze, Chunrue returned to the cabin. Dodo, who had been hiding under the bed during the previous battle, greeted him with a smile. He praised his master's bravery and invincible words. Chinrue just dropped a sentence, guard the door, and fell asleep on the bed. Not knowing how much time had passed, when Chinrue opened his eyes again, Dodo was not in the room, but there was a slime snoring sound at the door. After taking a closer look, the door was covered with a layer of translucent curtain, sealing half of the door. It was obviously transformed by Dodo. Chinrue stretched and knocked on the door. The curtain turned into a soft cloth and rolled down to the ground with sleepy eyes. It curled into a ball and continued to snore. Chinrue smiled and shook his head. He didn't wake Dodo up again, then he walked out of the door. At this time it was close to dawn outside. The slightly fishy sea breeze blew on the body with a little bit of tide. The starry sky was shining with bright light, forming a sharp contrast with the 2 purple moons. The feeling of looking at the stars on the sea was different from that on land. It was as if he had never been so close to the stars, drifting in the embrace of the gorgeous galaxy. "My friend, you're awake." Moore, who had been standing on the deck to rest, opened his eyes. "You have slept for a day and 2 nights. Is there anything wrong with your body?" "No, this is a normal situation. I'll be fine after a nap. Everyone has their own secrets. As a friend, I won't pry into your privacy. However, your condition should be caused by the fact that your spirit and body can't perfectly combine with the power of armor of faith. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, there will naturally be no such overdraft state." Chinrue nodded seriously. In fact, the situation of the super system was similar to what Moore said. For example, skill cooldown and fatigue period were due to the current limit of strength or insufficient system evolution. These fixed skills should be the foundation. The real super system did not mechanically or digitally dominate what level the user reached, but based on the previous realms, guide the user to master the true power step by step. Although the pursuit of power was different, the endpoint was the same. Demon, overlord, demigod, and super system were all the same. This was the new understanding of the super system that Chinrue realized on the way from the capital to the Dark Moon's decisive battle. "What is this?" Chinrue looked at the corpses of several demonic beasts on the deck in surprise. Blue ice-fanged beast, a relatively rare, deep-sea offensive demonic beast. It attacked the Devil's Snare ship along the way and was killed by me. Their bodies are excellent mechanics materials, especially their eyeballs and teeth. In my inherited memory, many years ago, a potion Grand Master bought their blood essence at a high price. I don't know what kind of potion formula it is. Moore threw out a bottle. Chinrue recognized that it seemed to be the magic bottle of the Fountain of Life given to the siren. The capacity was far higher than what was seen from the outside, but it was now filled with purple blood, emitting a little strange light. This blood essence was once a material bought by a potion grandmaster at a high price? Chinrue's eyes lit up. Without saying any polite words, he immediately took the blood essence bottle and put away the corpse of the blue ice-fanged beast. "How is the matter with the siren?" The Earth Elemental King shook his head. Unfortunately, the Fountain of Life is not omnipotent. It cannot effectively relieve the erosion of that strange power. However, the matter with the siren is not urgent. Let's find the water elementals first and try to dispel the light curse of your female companion. Yes, this is the most important thing. I got the location of the deep blue island, the habitat of the water elementals, from the siren. According to this itinerary, we will arrive in 2 days. Moore pondered. The Dark Elemental King may also be there by then. Try not to make a move. Leave everything to me. Chinrue took a deep breath and nodded. Chapter 594. 2 days later, the Devil's Snare ship sailed into a sea area. Even a magic newbie like Chinrue could feel the extremely rich elemental breath in his spirit power. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of the Earth realm in the underground world of Mountain Shillong. With Chinrue's eyesight, he could already see the island in front of him. It was covered with a faint blue mist. It really deserved the name Deep Blue. The speed of the devil's snare ship's full sail suddenly slowed down. It was obvious that there was an abnormal change in the water flow. On the sea in front of him, blue figures rose up one by one. They were walking on the magnificent sea as if they were walking on flat ground. The upper body of these figures was humanoid. Their facial features were more delicate than that of the earth elementals. They also had no sexual characteristics. The lower body was integrated into the water as if it was one. In the translucent body, one could vaguely see the water-like circulating substances, water elementals. The sea around the devil's snare ship had been frozen, and it could no longer move. It should be solved with ice-breaking devices or magic thrusters. But Chunrui did not come to conflict with the water elementals this time. Intruder! Analytical eyes had translated the meaning of the water elemental's voice. These elementals spoke the elemental language instead of the demon realm's common language. They should not be elite-level water elementals. More slowly walked to the bow of the ship, and the breath of a king was exuded. The water elementals suddenly showed a surprised expression. They immediately put away their hostility and bowed their heads slightly to show respect. Moore stretched out his palms and closed his eyes as if he was emitting some kind of fluctuation. After a while, there was a twist of ripples in the air, and there was already one more figure. This figure had fine facial features, and his crystal-clear body showed a magnificent blue color. There was a faint, cold breath lingering. It was the water elemental King Lambos that Chunrui had seen in Town Lupin last time. "Welcome, Your Highness King Moore. On behalf of all the water elementals of the Deep Blue Island, I extend my most sincere respect to Your Highness." Lambost bowed gracefully. Chunrui recognized that it was the ancient etiquette that Rolla performed to Moore back then. Moore returned the salute in the same way. "It's my honor, Your Royal Highness Lambost. Please allow me to introduce the Earth Elemental's best friend, Aguile. I think you have already met him." At this time, Chunrui had already changed his appearance. He naturally used the alias of Aguile and bowed to Lambost. Lambost's mind turned quickly. This Aguile once received the elemental blessing. His relationship with the Earth Elemental King is extraordinary, but now it seems that their friendship is deeper than I imagined. Moore mentioned this person in the first sentence of their first meeting. He also specifically emphasized that Aguile was the best friend of all the Earth Elementals. It was by no means a subordinate relationship, but a true friendship on the same level. The choice to stop Hegel from killing him in Town Lupin last time was indeed correct. "Welcome, Earth Elemental King's best friend, Sir Aguile." Lambos discovered that Chunrui's strength was at the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. Compared with the last time, he had made rapid progress. He was slightly surprised and nodded to him. "Please come with me, both of you." As Lambos said, the water flow suddenly turned into a conveyor belt-like flat surface, carrying the devil's snare ship forward. There was a gorgeous palace in the center of the deep blue island. The material was made of some unknown water element crystal. It was luxurious, but more importantly, the crystal contained a special power. Just the chair Chunrui was sitting on could feel his body wrapped in a gentle water element breath. His spirit power seemed to be nourished and very comfortable. If he was a magician who practiced water element magic, the benefits would definitely be more than this. This deep blue palace was of the best quality in terms of craftsmanship and facilities. It could be said to be priceless. It was much more luxurious than the Earth realm of the Earth Elementals. "Royal Highness Moore, if you don't mind, please call me Lambos directly." Lambos sat on the main seat and revealed a gentle smile. "Although it has been many years since the last Elemental War, and this is the first time we've met since your rebirth, there is no need for too much courtesy between the three Lords of Darkness." Moore smiled and said, "Then okay. Lambost, please call me Moore." "It's a great honor, my friend." A khaki light appeared in Lambost's hand. The earth imprint should also return to its owner. I think you are ready. Of course. Moore stood up and took the khaki light. Although Chun Rui didn't understand what the earth imprint was, he faintly understood that the condition for accepting the imprint should be the strength of the peak stage of the demon overlord. Therefore, Moore would wait until he finished absorbing the power of fertile Yuan soil before coming to the Dead Sea. While thinking, the pulsating light turned into a strange mark in Moore's hand and went into his forehead. Very well, it only takes 3 months. With my help, you can fully absorb the imprint and completely integrate with the origin. Thank you. Moore nodded and changed the topic. Will the dark elemental king Hegel come here? Lambost glanced at Chinrue with a meaningful gaze. Hegel has arrived at the deep blue island a month ago, but he is now looking for something he needs in the mysterious sea. As far as I know, Hegel still has a strong hatred for your friend. It seems difficult to resolve. Moore once told Chinrue that the water elemental's character was suspicious and scheming. Obviously, Lambost had seen that Moore brought Chinrue to the deep blue island this time. His purpose was to deliberately make some kind of contact with Hegel. Royal Highness Lambost, thank you for your help in town, Lupin, last time. Chun Rue didn't mention the grievances with the dark elemental king. He stood up and saluted. I got a treasure by chance. I want to ask your highness to take a look. As Chun Rue said, a round blue bead suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as this bead was taken out, the surrounding water elements began to fluctuate strangely. The bead also began to tremble slightly in response. Chinrue had studied the blue bead for a long time, but he had no clue. It was the first time he saw such a situation. Crown of water wave. Lambost stood up emotionally, but he calmed down again and glanced at Moore. Moore smiled confidently. This is a gift from my friend to you. The bead flew over from Chun Rue's hand. Lambost nodded slightly and took it. As soon as the bead reached the hands of the water elemental king, it suddenly emitted an unprecedented strong light. In an instant, the entire deep blue palace shone with a magnificent blue color. Lambost placed his hands on top of his head. After a while, the light gradually disappeared. There was already a crystal-clear crown on the head of the water elemental king. Lambost still had a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes flashed with unconcealable excitement. Moore looked surprised. This breath, could it be the water element's origin fragment? No wonder even I can't recognize the origin of this treasure. Lambost smiled and nodded. The origin fragment of water has been lost for hundreds of thousands of years, and it finally returned to the hands of the water elementals. This time, Hegel went to the mysterious sea area to explore the whereabouts of the fragment of darkness. I didn't expect that I actually got the origin fragment before him. With the power of the fragment, our chances of winning in the elemental war should be a little better. As the water elemental king said, his gaze at Chen Rue became different, whether you know the significance of the crown of water wave to me or not. This is an unexpected gift. I will assist Wall in mediating Hegel's matter. In addition, in order to express my gratitude, I can promise you a condition. Chinrue thought for a while. I want a little water source power. Lambost frowned slightly. Water source power? With your strength, you absolutely can't afford the power of water source power. Besides, you are not a magic trainer. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It is a friend of mine who needs it. The water elemental king pondered for a while and didn't ask any more questions. A faint blue light appeared in his hand. It turned into a crystal blue flower and flew toward Chinrue. Chinrue wanted the water source power naturally for Rala, but he didn't understand how to collect this water source power. Moore on the side said, just collect it directly into your space power. Lambost glanced at Moore. As he was about to speak, a water elemental walked in and saluted. Royal Highness Hegel is back. Chinrue just put the water source power into the storage space. He paused when he heard the words. Lambost smiled faintly. We have to face it eventually. Let's go and welcome Hegel together. Chinrue didn't say much and followed Lambost and more. Walking out of the deep blue palace, he saw a strange airship floating in the sky ahead. Yes, it is an airship. Since Chenrue was reborn in the demon realm, it was the first time he saw such a high-tech thing as an airship. The appearance of the airship was not much different from what he knew in his previous life, but the propulsion system should have become a kind of energy, like magic crystal stone. Moreover, the flight control was far better than the airship in Chenrue's impression. In the airship, a wisp of black smoke fell straight down and had landed on the deep blue island in the blink of an eye. A tall figure appeared. There were hideous bone spurs on his shoulders and elbows. His body was wrapped in black mist, and his eyes were faintly glowing with a dark red light. It was the dark elemental king Hegel, whom Chenrue had met in Town Lupin. Although the data in analytical eyes was still S+, Chenrue could feel that Hegel's strength was far superior to the level of Town Lupin. It seemed that his injuries had recovered. If he was in his current state, Paglio, who once suppressed Hegel, was probably not his opponent. Earth, elemental king. Hegel saw more at first glance, and the red light in his eyes lit up. Hegel, this is more. As you can see, Earth Elemental King Royal Highness has successfully accepted the Earth imprint. Lambost's voice sounded. More saluted Hegel, and Hegel also saluted back cautiously. He looked at Moore a few times. Very good. When Hegel's gaze fell on Chenrue behind Moore, his murderous aura suddenly flourished. Chenrue, who had been maintaining a high concentration of spirit power, keenly felt the danger. Although Chenrue's changed appearance was completely different from the cloaked man in Town Lupin, he was recognized by the Dark Elemental King at first glance due to some kind of hatred mark left by killing a large number of Dark Elementals in Town Lupin. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying breath had locked onto Chenrue tightly. The strong killing intent seemed to coagulate his blood. All the hairs on his body stood up. Immediately afterward, the yellow light and the black mist in front of him quickly intertwined, and the ground began to tremble slightly. In a moment, the black mist and the yellow light suddenly separated, revealing the figures of Moore and Hegel. Hegel snorted coldly. The guy behind you killed countless dark elementals, including my most powerful elite demon emperor. As long as you don't care about this, I will owe you a favor. You should know the weight of this favor in the future game. Moore shook his head and said in an unusually firm tone, Aguile is the most important friend of me and all the earth elementals. I won't let you hurt him. Hegel, if you can reconcile, I can also promise you a request. Hegel said sternly, For mere ant, you don't even care about the elemental covenant. Moore replied calmly, This is also what I want to say to you. Is your revenge more important than the covenant between kings? Hegel showed a cruel smile. Such a small character can actually affect the elemental covenant? Is the elemental heart of a soil lump like you flooded? I want to see if you, who have not integrated the elemental imprint, are qualified to mention the term elemental covenant. As soon as he spoke, Hegel waved his hands, and the entire sky darkened. The entire deep blue island began to be filled with a gloomy and strange breath. The great dark power that descended from the sky seemed to devour everything. Moore revealed a grave expression and stomped on the ground. Spots of yellow light spread out in all directions, and the gloomy aura that permeated the air suddenly had a heavy feeling. As Hegel sneered, his figure had already appeared in the air. The black gas in the sky gathered into countless tentacles that rolled toward Moore. Moore crossed his hands in front of his chest, and the yellow light in the air connected into intricate layers of shields. As soon as the tentacles touched the shield, there was a heavy, strange sound. It could be seen that the part of the shield that was touched by the black gas began to decay and melt quickly. However, There were more and more yellow lights in the black gas that eroded the shield. It gradually solidified into a part of the shield. The power of both sides quickly offset each other, and they were in a stalemate for a while. The earth elementals were the best at defense. Even if Hagel's power was now above Moor's, he couldn't break through the shield's defense in a short time. However, this was not a battle between two people. After the tentacles saw that it was useless, they actually abandoned Moor and rolled toward Chenrue. Moor frowned. A faint light film suddenly appeared around Chenrue's body, and the tentacles were blocked outside the light film. While Moor was distracted to protect Chenrue, Hegel pressed down with both hands. The shield trembled, and Moor's feet sank into the soil. Moor's defense, who had fallen into the soil, was even stronger. However, he had to divert his attention to take care of Chenrue. Moor, who was originally slightly weaker, gradually fell into a disadvantage when he was multitasking. Lambost, who had promised to mediate between the two sides, did not intervene. He just watched the power displayed by the second kings with interest. At this moment, the light film tightly entangled by the tentacles suddenly emitted a strong light. Even the thick darkness could not cover this star-like light. A red light flashed in Hegel's eyes. The breath exuded by this light was definitely not the power of the Earth Elemental King, and this light made him feel very uncomfortable. Light element power? No, not exactly. The blue eyes of the Water Elemental King, who was watching the battle on the side, showed a strange expression. In the palm behind his back, a cluster of ice crystal-like power gradually converged back. The bright starlight gradually converged into the figure in the light film, revealing the figure of Aguile. At the same time, countless stars appeared in the dark mist. Hegel felt that his power was weakening rapidly. He ran the territory power several times, but he couldn't resolve it. He was shocked. This negative effect should be the power of the dark element. Why can it actually affect me? The origin of the dark element. Could it be the real rule power? By the way, this enemy was only a demon emperor when he was in Town Lupin. The breath he exudes now is actually close to the peak stage of the demon overlord. Also, the armor on his body. Could it be? Moore also felt surprised. There was a red light on his body, and his power had actually been increased a lot. Unless the magic power had reached the highest level, such as Rala. Otherwise, general buff or debuff magic had no effect on the existence of the Elemental King. Chenrue was obviously not a magic trainer, but he was able to exert this kind of power. It was really surprising. Chenrue knew that there was still a long distance between him and the three Elemental Kings, so he immediately exerted his full strength without reservation. Dozens of aurora shot whistled toward Hegel. Hegel waved his hand, and the dazzling light ball submerged into the countless black mist, making a sizzling sound, and finally extinguished without a trace. On this side, Moore had already started to counterattack. The yellow shield turned into a sharp thorn out of thin air. Hegel finally couldn't maintain his previous calmness. He turned into a wisp of black smoke and fell to the ground, avoiding the sharp thorn. The Dark Elemental King finally began to take Chenrue seriously. This small fry who was originally used to restrain, Moore actually has the ability to control the battle situation. With the help of Chenrue, Moore turned the disadvantage back a little bit. At this time, there was a soft force in the strange and heavy breath that filled the air. It turned into layers of ripples that actually shrouded both Hegel and Moore at the same time. The second kings felt the huge pressure contained in the seemingly soft ripples at the same time. A blade-like, long-boned spur appeared on Hegel's wrist. He moved it at high speed while retreating. The ripples split apart before they got close. Before they could gather again, they were corroded by the black mist, but Hegel had already taken 7 or 8 steps back. A sponge-like power pattern appeared in front of Moore, and all the ripples were absorbed by these sponges. The swollen sponges slowly returned to their original state and disappeared in a strange twist, but Moore's feet below the knee joints had completely submerged into the soil. "What are you doing?" "Lambost." Hegel roared. "I'm just a little itchy watching you guys fight." Lambost's faint voice sounded. "By the way, I have no objection to you saying that Moore is a soil lump, but you said that his elemental heart has water. I have every reason to regard it as your discrimination and provocation against the water elementals." Chapter 595. On the deep blue island, a large amount of seawater nearby rolled back and spread to the sky, forming a huge cover that covered the entire island. The water elementals evacuated early under the king's order, looking at the wonder of the deep blue island from a distance. Under the huge energy inside the cover, it was constantly trembling, and strange changes took place. It condensed into a thick, earth-like substance for a while, then turned into boiling black gas for a while, then turned into soft waves or cold crystals for a while, and then mixed with various colors for a while. It was a spectacular sight. The most aggrieved person in the battle group was Hegel. He originally wanted to show his power to the Earth Elemental King so that he wouldn't stop him from killing the ant. But he didn't expect that the strength of this ant that he could easily crush last time had increased to an unexpected level. He even had special abilities. The Earth Elemental King, who had not fully integrated the element imprint, actually reversed the disadvantage with the help of this ant. He was in a stalemate with him for a while. What made the Dark Elemental King even more depressed was that the Water Elemental King Lambost also made a move. He actually found a ridiculous excuse. Then he attacked both sides at the same time indiscriminately. Sometimes he teamed up with him to attack the Earth Elemental King. Sometimes he attacked him with the Earth Elemental King. Sometimes he fought Second Kings alone. The whole battle situation became a chaotic battle. Is this still the cunning and suspicious water elementals? They are more like the violent and belligerent fire elementals. The most difficult person in the battle group was not the Third Kings, but Chin Rue. Chin Rue fully activated the Royal Star transformation, but he only had the strength of the intermediate stage of the Demon Overlord that was close to the peak stage of the Demon Overlord. The Third Kings were all mysterious existences who had realized the origin power. Their strength was far better than the average peak stage of the Demon Overlord. Even the suppression of the Galaxy Territory skill could not reach the normal 50% effect. If it weren't for Moore having the strongest defensive ability among the 6 Elemental Kings, perhaps he would have been annihilated by the surrounding terrifying power. Chin Rue's 3 life-saving trump cards, Demonic Fly's transformation, Star Diversion, and Demon Shield, had not been used yet. In the worst case, he could still activate his first escape skill, Stargate. It was just that the star points were in the Dark Moon and the capital. It was definitely impossible to set up star points in this kind of battle now. Once he escaped back, it would be extremely difficult to come here again without the guidance of the Earth Elemental King. Moreover, Lambost's intention of participating in the battle was a little strange. He had previously agreed to help mediate, and Moore was also here. No matter what, he had to survive this battle first. In this kind of high-intensity battle, the power of the Royal Star transformation was consumed very quickly. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't last long. Chin Rue made up his mind. With a whoosh, a black flame ignited on his body. The flame that was filled with vitality was quickly filled with a violent and manic aura. The color of his pupils also began to change strangely. The water elementals who were watching the battle in the distance saw a blazing red light suddenly appearing in the mixed color light shield that enveloped the island. There were actually signs of the black fog being swallowed up. In the light shield, facing the huge scorching dragon whistling over, the Dark Elemental King's eyes showed a rare seriousness. He once saw Aguile cast this ultimate move on the elite Dark Elemental, Hemes, under his command in Town Lupin. At that time, it was torn apart by Bridget's bare hands. However, when this strange, demonic beast appeared in front of him again, its power was completely incomparable to the last time. Under normal circumstances, even though the scorching dragon's attack had reached the level of threatening the peak stage of the demon overlord, Hegel also had complete confidence to take it. However, at this time, he was restrained by the Earth Elemental King and the Water Elemental King. He couldn't even take care of himself. This scorching dragon kill was likely to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hegel roared. His eyes shone with red light. In the steaming black gas, the bone spurs on his body stood up. He was obviously trying his best to take this blow head-on. At this moment, the speed of the oncoming scorching dragon suddenly slowed down, and the fiery red flames wrapped in it were also covered by a layer of ice-blue crystals. Gradually, the entire winding, huge, scorching dragon solidified and turned into a sculpture-like ice dragon. It was easily cut in half by Hegel's blade-like bone spurs and shattered into pieces. Shenrue only felt a terrifying icy air mixed with destructive power invading his body. Even the passive attributes of astral form and damage absorption could not completely resolve it. His internal organs had suffered serious injuries when he was shocked by the power. Blood had already spilled from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the star-devouring and star conversion in his body were immediately activated to quickly devour and decompose the two terrifying elemental powers. Shenrue didn't expect that the Water Elemental King would suddenly change sides in his desperate situation, and his strongest ultimate move, the Scorching Dragon, was actually completely frozen. On this side, the Water Elemental King and the Dark Elemental King had joined forces to launch an attack. Hegel couldn't figure out when the weird Lambost would change sides again, so he launched a full attack on Moore and Shenrue while they were still allies. For a time, the ice-blue mixed black mist-shrouded Moore and Shenrue. Moore's pressure suddenly doubled, and he was in a tight situation. Shenrue's Royal Star transformation armor cracked under this terrifying pressure like a fully drawn bow that could collapse at any time. In this environment, the time limit of demonic fly's transformation, or star diversion, could no longer play a big role. Shenrue gritted his teeth and appeared in the air instantly. The surrounding space suddenly distorted, and a black hole gradually formed. In an instant, the power of the three elemental kings was sucked into the black hole uncontrollably at the same time. The third kings were moved at the same time. They felt that they couldn't stop the rapid loss of power. The black hole was like a legendary ancient divine beast that could devour all existing substances. And this kind of power was actually cast by the guy whose strength was obviously inferior to the third king's. In fact, Shenrue didn't feel good. The origin power of the third kings was not as easy to digest as ordinary food. It was close to the real demigod power. The speed of star transformation couldn't keep up with the speed of star devouring at all. Moreover, the soul power of the demigod powerhouse of the ancient alchemy civilization had not been digested yet. With the crazy influx of the three elemental origin power, it was almost full soon. Shenrue's original intention of star devouring was not to have the extravagant hope of overwhelming the battle with his own strength, but to stop this chaotic battle before the royal star transformation disappeared. As he was about to speak, his soul power suddenly trembled. Time seemed to have stopped. The third kings suddenly felt a subtle change in the powerful devouring power. A dark red color faintly appeared in the black hole. The change became more and more intense. Destruction. Endless destruction. It turns out to be this kind of destructive breath. Even the Water Elemental King didn't have the intention to disturb the situation. A hint of horror flashed in his eyes. He focused on the figure in the air with the other second kings. The original star-like armor had become black with a ferocious shape. It flashed with a dark, gem-like luster. His entire person seemed to have incarnated into the darkness of endless destruction. Two dark red evil eyes revealed in the helmet. It was actually somewhat similar to the Dark Elemental King. The figure let out a strange laugh. His figure flickered, turned into a black smoke, and jumped into the black hole. The third kings immediately felt that the power of the black hole had increased by 10 times. Their own origin power flowed toward the black hole at double speed. At this time, how could the third kings not know that some unexpected changes had happened? They joined forces to resist the terrifying devouring power of the black hole. The third kings were comrades who cooperated tacitly in the elemental war. Now that they really joined forces, the power was naturally extraordinary. The 3 origin powers were combined into one to counteract the black hole. They were in a stalemate for a while. The black hole trembled slightly. Finally, with a boom, it disappeared at the same time as the joint attack of the third kings. The figure in the dark armor appeared in it. His hands drew a strange rhythm, and 3 great forces attacked the third kings separately. What the dark elemental King Hegel faced was the extremely soft and powerful ripple power, but it contained the coldness and sharpness that were completely different from the soft power. This power was extremely powerful. The dark breath on Hegel's body was almost drawn to the extreme. He immediately hugged his arms, and the bone spurs on his body quickly extended into the shape of a knife, flashing a deep, sharp light. As he roared, it shook violently. The extremely soft power was shattered into countless ice chips and dissipated without a trace. It was not easy for Hegel to take this blow. He was blown away, and he finally stabilized his figure. What swept toward the earth elemental King Moore was the black gas in the sky. Before it touched Moore, the solid water elemental ground around him had been cut down by a layer by the corrosive power. Moore raised his hands high, and the ground under his feet carried him up toward the black gas. The khaki light flickered at high speed, constantly counteracting the black gas. Moore's figure was getting taller and taller. When the black gas completely disappeared, the earth pillar under Moore's feet was already 20 meters high. The pillar was full of mottled traces of being corroded by the dark power, and the ground was also riddled with holes. Relatively speaking, the water elemental king was much more relaxed. The water wave crown on his head flickered, and circles of fluctuations rippled out, disintegrating and eliminating the thick and heavy earth elemental power that pounced on him. Although the third kings resolved the attack of the dark armored figure, they were even more shocked because the opponent was using the third king's own origin elemental power. It was clearly rebounding the 3 devoured powers with some mysterious technique. No one expected the battle to reach this level, including the earth elemental king. Chun Rue had the inheritance of the pseudo-god powerhouse. His strength improved rapidly, and his future achievements were limitless. However, it was still far beyond Moore's imagination to be able to compete with the third kings by himself now. Under the complicated gazes of the 3 sovereigns, the sinister black armor changed again. Gradually, it returned to its original star-like brilliance. That terrifying destructive aura also disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance. Chun Rue did not have the high spirits of fighting the third kings alone. On the contrary, his tired eyes revealed incomparable solemnity. He clenched his fists tightly. The greatest enemy actually woke up. I think let's make a truce for the time being, okay? If it was before, Chun Rue's words might not have any weight and effect. But now that he said it, even the dark elemental king did not express any objection. Chapter 596. Under the effect of the rich water element power, the damage to the deep blue island gradually recovered, and the entire sea area also restored its former tranquility and beauty. In the deep blue palace, water elemental king Lambost sat at the top. Earth elemental king Moore and Chun Rue sat on the left, and dark elemental king Hegel sat on the right. Hegel's gaze at Chun Rue at this time was still full of killing intent and hatred, but compared with before, there was a little more fear. In the battle just now, the power displayed by this enemy was really surprising. Especially in the end, he actually fought against the third kings alone. It had reached an incredible level. Hegel, Lambos said, I believe you have a certain understanding of Moore's strength now. His recovery speed after rebirth is far faster than we expected. As long as he can integrate the elemental imprint, he can completely restore his old appearance. Hegel sneered. That's right. But the problem is that our Earth Elemental King Royal Highness seems to have doubts about re-establishing the Elemental Alliance for this outsider. There is no absolute enemy in the world, Hegel. Lambost glanced at Moore. There is no absolute friend either. Moore smiled indifferently and did not explain, but Chenrue frowned slightly. The Royal Star transformation was fully activated in this battle, and the after-effects were far greater than the previous few times. He already felt a strong sense of fatigue now. He was in the limelight in this battle. He used Star Devouring to devour the power of the 3 elemental kings. Then he gave them a taste of their own medicine, causing each of the 3rd kings to suffer a lot. However, except for the activation of Star Devouring in the front, the subsequent strong performance was not dominated by his will, but by Shura. Shura was the inner demon derived from the mysterious silver box. From the beginning of Refined Mind to the present, he had been haunting Chenrue, and he had always existed in his consciousness. In the underground of Town Massimo in the White Feather Estate that day, in the battle with Chenrue's true body, Shura did not hesitate to damage himself. He forcibly broke through Chenrue's will suppression and devoured the quasi-artifact Wheel of Hera. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Now he finally woke up. This kind of awakening was definitely not a coincidence. Chenrue had a premonition that the greatest test was about to come. In fact, when he used Star Devouring just now, under the pressure of the 3 great elemental origins, he seemed to have entered a wondrous state of mind. It was only because of Shura's appearance that this state of mind was broken. Lambo smiled at the Dark Elemental King. Hegel, do you understand what I mean? I think you need to make a better choice. Hegel's tone was a bit more awe-inspiring. Lambost, I'm really surprised that you actually favor this guy. Even if he has the armor of faith and some special abilities, he is just a servant or follower of a certain demigod. He can't be compared to us elemental kings at all. He's not a servant, but an inheritor. Moore finally spoke. And he's not a demigod, but a false god. Hegel and Lambost were both shocked. The inheritor of the fake god, the kind of strange power that almost reaches the origin of destruction. Even among the fake gods, he is also a very terrifying existence. In other words, he is quite close to a certain peak. Hegel's murderous aura gradually converged, and his attitude was still arrogant as he said, "Even the existence of a false god can't control the life and death of elements at will. Not to mention that he is just an inheritor. He has not reached the false god level at all. Lambost, don't talk about the big principles first. You were also there at Town Lupin. Hemiz was killed by him with his own hands, and countless dark elementals died in his hands. If it is the water elementals, what will you do? The life and death of elementals is just the conversion of energy. Birth comes from elements, and annihilation returns to elements. If it is the water elementals who die, I will choose the most important thing, such as the elemental covenant, such as the origin fragment." Hegel was suddenly shocked when he mentioned the origin fragment. Lambost showed a strange smile, and the crown on his head began to emit a magnificent brilliance. "Haven't you noticed yet? Hegel, or are you still not sure? In the battle just now, why can I easily suppress you? This is because I haven't fully understood the power of the origin fragment." Hegel's eyes glowed with a fiery red light as he stared at the crown of water wave on Lambost's head. The flow of his breath became intense. "The origin fragment of the water element. Where did you come from? I remember you didn't." "Yes, it wasn't there when you came some time ago." Lambost smiled and glanced at Moore and Chenrue. To be precise, before Moore and the others arrived, I was still desperately looking for its whereabouts. Hegel immediately reacted and looked at Moore. Moore shook his head and looked at Chenrue. The dark elemental king's bloody eyes suddenly widened with surprise and realization. He finally understood why Lambost was inclined to Aguile's side. Aguile actually found the origin fragment of the water element and gave it to Lambost. Moore's calm voice sounded on the side. I once encountered a strong enemy and fought hard for hundreds of years. The earth elementals were almost all dead and injured. 3 years ago, Aguile appeared and helped me kill the strong enemy and save the entire earth elementals. At that time, my elemental heart was shattered. Then Aguile found the earth source and requiem fruit within a year to repair my elemental heart. Otherwise, I would have been annihilated long ago, and I don't know when I can be reborn again. Although the elemental heart was repaired, the power that was damaged for hundreds of years could not be restored in a short time. Aguile also found the fertile Yuan soil, which gave the entire earth elementals in the earth realm a new life. That's why I can recover to the peak stage of the demon overlord strength in such a short time. Moreover, the fertile Yuan soil also gave birth to demon emperor-level elite elementals in the earth realm. Moore's words seemed to be describing his friendship with Aguile, but Hegel heard the underlying meaning. In addition to having a powerful inheritance, Aguile also had a very strong thing, which was luck. Don't underestimate this attribute. When strength reached a certain level, luck was a very important factor. Whether it was the earth source, requiem fruit, or fertile Yuan soil, they were all extremely rare treasures. Aguile was able to find these things he was looking for in such a short time. Even if it was by chance, it was quite terrifying luck. By the way, I remember when I first saw him 3 years ago, his strength was still higher demon. Moore added calmly, making the dark elemental king and the water elemental king moved again. Hegel and Lambost both understood what Moore meant. In just 3 years, he reached the peak stage of the demon emperor from higher demon. To be precise, his combat power is the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. Then what about 3 years later? What kind of level will this person who has the inheritance of the pseudo-god powerhouse and heaven-defying luck reach? Should I choose such a person as an enemy? Hegel finally began to think seriously. After a while he said, I can no longer pursue the matter of Black Moor and the dark elementals, but I have a condition. Please say it. Shinrue tried his best to control his extremely exhausted mind and asked, accompany me to the Black Sea to find the origin fragment of the dark element. The dark elemental king showed a strange smile. Don't you have strong luck? If you can help me find the origin fragment, then I can promise you an additional condition. Black Sea? Moore glanced at Lambost inquiringly. Lambost opened his hand, and a three-dimensional scene appeared in front of everyone. This was a black sea with islands of various shapes. It seemed to be covered with mist and couldn't be seen clearly. This is the Black Sea. It will take about a month to set off from the deep blue island at the fastest. The Black Sea is filled with strange power. It is extremely dangerous. The periphery is the territory of the Naga tribe. The Naga's combat power is very outstanding, but it is not the most dangerous. There are more powerful existences lurking in it. Even the water elementals dare not set foot in it. Hegel, did you find any clues on this trip? Humph. If there are clues, why would I come back? Hegel said impatiently, the power there is very strange. The airship can't enter from the air at all. If you go by water, it is a maze. The ships I brought this time along with the dark elementals are missing in the sea. Moore frowned, since it is so dangerous. Okay, dark elemental king, I promise you. Shinrue looked at the familiar island in Lambost's imitation magic, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Moore frowned even more. I'll go with you. I'm afraid not, Moore. It was the water elemental king who interrupted. You have just merged with the earth imprint. You must stay in the deep blue palace for 3 months to be fully compatible. Before that, you can't go anywhere. Moore looked at Shinrue and shook his head. This sea is too dangerous. We can think of another way for that matter. I've decided. Shinrue yawned and smiled confidently. It's just that Your Highness Hegel, if you can find the origin fragment of the dark element this time, you have to promise me 2 conditions. Hegel sneered. Although I don't know where your strange confidence comes from, I can listen to your conditions first. Compared with the origin fragment, these 2 conditions are easy for Your Highness Hegel. First, help me treat a friend who is hit by light annihilation seal. Second, give me a trace of the source power of darkness. Hegel thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Then, just in case, I want to sign an equality contract with you not to hurt each other. Hegel smiled disdainfully. Do you want to use this kind of lousy trick to escape from my pursuit? I can promise not to attack you on the way to find the origin fragment. As for the contract, you are not qualified yet. Then, swear by the elemental heart. Moore's words made Hegel's hostility flourish. Lambost added slowly, I don't know why, but I'm suddenly looking forward to this trip to find the origin fragment. The words origin fragment made Hegel's eyes flicker with red light. He snorted coldly and finally made an oath with the elemental heart. Very well. When I wake up, we'll set off. Shinrue barely finished the sentence, and he could no longer control the strong tiredness. He leaned against the seat and fell asleep. Chapter 597. When Shinrue woke up, it was already 3 days later. He found that he was sleeping in the cabin of the Devil's snare ship. Dodo was guarding the door, and the ship was docked on the shore of the deep blue island. Shinrue did not wake up the sleeping slime. He set up a star point in the cabin. Then he opened the star gate to return to the dark moon. Since the dark moon had a passage from the Rainbow Valley to the outskirts of the capital, he abandoned the capital's star point and set it here. The star point could not move with the ship, which was equivalent to being on the shore of the deep blue island. The dark moon was in the dead of night. Shinrue did not alarm everyone and went directly to the Rainbow Valley. As usual, Rala had not slept yet. She was experimenting overnight. When Shinrue appeared in front of the fairy Miss Long, Rala's eyes suddenly glowed with surprise. The water source power that appeared afterward almost dazzled the fairy Miss Long's purple eyes. She thought that it would take many years to comprehend the origin power, but she suddenly obtained 2 of them. The fairy Miss Long's excitement was unparalleled. A super long kiss almost suffocated the man who was caught off guard. Facing the rare passion of Ms. Fairy Dragon, who had always been quiet and pretended to be in a daze, the man who didn't know the taste of meat because he had been away for nearly a month gave up the idea of returning to the deep blue island and scrupulously. He cooperated with Ms. Zola to enjoy a private meal half-heartedly. In the early morning, Shinrue kissed Rala goodbye, left the gentle home, and returned to the deep blue island. He learned from Rala that the cooperation between the Fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire was very smooth. The Shadow Empire's troops stationed at the border were all evacuated, and 2 new trade routes were opened to strengthen the trade between both sides. Under the vigorous promotion of Jia, millet wine, magic television, and newspapers had begun to become popular throughout the empire. He believed that on the basis of the cooperation between the 2 empires, it would soon become popular in the entire demon realm. For the Fallen Angel Empire, the rule of the new empress had quickly stabilized in the shortest time. The elder of the Mizhan family, Barocco, was jointly killed by Sarandi and Salgar in the Tekula fortress. Catherine also ordered the arrest of individual henchmen who fled to the Shadow Empire and sent them back to the Fallen Angel Empire. The remnant army of Obsidian's crusade against the Dark Moon had returned and reorganized into an army. The elder family, Demon Overlord Faravit, and others, who originally intended to restrain the Empress's imperial power, surrendered to Jia under the trend. The turbulent situation of the Fallen Angel Empire finally settled down. After returning to the Deep Blue Island, about a few hours later, Shinrue embarked on a voyage to the Black Sea to search for the origin fragment of the dark element. In fact, the reason why Chanrue agreed to the Dark Elemental King's conditions so readily was that the island in the Black Sea, where the Dark Elemental King was going to match the scene shown on the treasure map. Regardless of whether the origin fragment of the Dark Element is related to the legendary Dark Dragon Emperor's treasure, with the treasure map, the certainty of entering the Black Sea should be quite high. The treasure is secondary. As long as I bring the Dark Elemental King into the Black Sea and find the origin fragment, Isabella can be saved. In addition to the original Sandman crew on the Devil Snare ship, there were 10 more water elementals sent by Lambos to assist in sailing. Hegel was not on the same ship. He was still riding the airship high above, looking down at the Devil's Snare ship proudly. The Earth Elemental King handed over the command of the Sandmen to Chanrue. Just in case, he also gave Chanrue a piece of sandstone essence, which could resurrect the Sandmen 3 times. In the previous voyage, Chanrue learned a lot of relevant nautical knowledge from Moore. At the same time, he also learned about the many magical facilities and functions of the ship given by Tetanus. It was just that it was the first time for him to be the captain of the ship. Fortunately, with analytical eyes, it was not a problem to communicate with the Sandmen or water elementals. Moreover, these sailors were absolutely obedient to orders. After trying for a while, Chanrue gradually became bolder. He became more and more familiar with commanding. It seemed that he was serious. The slime, who was interested in pleasing his master, conjured a sailor hat on his head. He began to command the sailors, loudly like the second in command on the ship. It was just that these were the slime's imagination. Whether it was the Sandmen or the water elementals, they turned a deaf ear to the slime's yelling and carried out their own work. Time passed day by day. With the skilled sailing skills of the Sandmen, coupled with the navigation and assistance of the water elementals, they did not encounter too many obstacles along the way. They gradually approached the destination, the Black Sea. "Captain, we have entered the edge of the Black Sea." A water elemental who explored the way came back and reported, "This area belongs to the dangerous area. In front is the outermost Thunder Snake Archipelago, which belongs to the Naga tribe's territory. After the Thunder Snake Archipelago is a large island called the Hidden Misty Island. After that, a large area is shrouded in a strange mist. The deeper we go, the more unknown dangers there are." Royal Highness Lambost personally went to the area behind the Hidden Misty Island to explore, but he eventually returned without success. He ordered the water elementals not to easily approach this sea area. Chanrue nodded. He ordered the Sandmen to stop moving forward and return to the captain's room. There was a crystal ball in it that could complete automatic magic map detection and drawing, just like a computer 3D software modeling. However, this detection was limited by the distance. The range could not be too far. He could only faintly see the image of the outer edge of the Thunder Snake Archipelago. Chanrue recalled the Black Sea simulated by the Water Elemental King's mimicry magic. He took out the ancient treasure map compared to the current map. Dodo on the side immediately understood and transformed into a helmet. The front of the helmet was embedded with the pair of glasses that the Passion Ring turned into. This was the slime's new trick. For Chanrue, it was more conducive to observing the map. He would not lose the mark of the treasure location because of the dissipation of the dragon power essence. However, when he put on this weird-shaped helmet with sunglasses, Chanrue always inexplicably thought of a certain pilot who turned into a pig in Hayao Miyazaki's novel. When he put on the Dodo helmet, the treasure map of the vast sea immediately changed. The area with the treasure appeared. After comparison, it was exactly the same as the Black Sea. Except for a golden light spot hidden in the mist, there were additional changes. There was an extra red light spot which should be Chanrue's current location. The islands on the outer edge of the map began to become clear as if the map was lit up. Chanrue nodded. As soon as he walked out of the captain's room, he saw an extra figure on the deck. It was actually the elite dark elemental, Helaer, whom he had fought in Town Lupin. Helaer's blood-red eyes stared coldly at Chinrue and said, "His Highness Hegel will wait for you at the hidden misty island in front. If you can't arrive within 8 days, then His Highness will think that you don't have the ability to move forward with him. His Highness also has an original sentence to bring you. I'm waiting to see your so-called luck." After speaking, Helaer turned into a black smoke and drifted toward the airship in the sky. If it weren't for Bridget, who tore scorching dragon kill apart that day, Helaer almost died in the hands of Chinrue. In that battle, the other 2 elite dark elementals, Hisak, were seriously injured and Hemas died. Helaer naturally hated Chinrue. However, after witnessing the scene of Chinrue fighting against the third kings on the airship in the sky of the deep blue island, Helaer was greatly shocked. He understood that he was completely unable to compete with this former enemy. There were many dangers in the Thunder Snake Archipelago area in front, and it was also the territory of Nagas. Nagas were extremely aggressive. Helaer hoped that Chinrue would die in the hands of Nagas. This was also Hegel's intention. Passing the Thunder Snake Archipelago safely was regarded as a test of the Dark Elemental King. Chinrue frowned and asked the water elemental on the side, "Lumbo, how long will it take to cross the Thunder Snake Archipelago from here to the hidden Misty Island?" "If there are no obstacles on the way, about 3 days." Lumbo replied respectfully, "In fact, Royal Highness Hegel will also encounter many dangers in the air. The air currents in the sea area are changeable and powerful. There are also many powerful flying sea beasts. It is estimated that it will take 5 days at the earliest to reach the hidden Misty Island." Chinrue nodded. It was impossible to retreat now. He could only move forward. The airship in the air had begun to move forward at full speed, turning into a small black and quickly disappearing into the clouds. The Devil's Snare ship below pulled up the sails, braving the wind and waves, sailing in the direction of the Thunder Snake Archipelago. The nearest island could be faintly seen in front. There were a large number of Nagas living in the Thunder Snake Archipelago. If he brought the Sirens on this trip, Chinrue might still land on the island to contact the Nagas. But the purpose this time was not the Phantom Coral, but the origin fragment of the dark element. He naturally didn't want to see those powerful female creatures with many arms. After going deep into the Black Sea, the map of the treasure map changed again. All the nearby islands were lit up, and they could be rotated or zoomed in and out with his mind. Even the topography of the island became very clear. At this moment, the surface of the water began to fluctuate strangely, and the swaying of the ship became larger. Chinrue, who was observing the island and the map at the bow of the ship, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. At the same time, analytical eyes quickly sensed some abnormal data below. He immediately shouted, "Full rudder left! Hurry!" The Sandman at the helm immediately executed the captain's order. Just as the ship turned around, a huge thing broke out of the waves, splashing the deck with spray. The thing failed in its attack and dived to the bottom of the sea again. The surrounding sea became undulating and tumbling, and the ship began to sway unsteadily. Dodo stuck nervously on Chinrue's shoulder, looking at the turbulent sea in horror. "Activate the crystal to accelerate. Get out of here." Before this order was executed, a muffled sound came from the bottom of the ship. It seemed to have been hit hard. The crew on the deck staggered. Fortunately, the Mandala ship was abnormally strong and not damaged. The Sandmen quickly activated their talents, and their feet stuck to the deck. The water elementals turned into a pool of water and flowed on the deck. Soon, they returned to their unscathed human form. Hua! On the right, a huge thing broke out of the waves again. This time, Chinrue saw the appearance of this thing clearly, a huge sea snake. Its diameter alone was about 2 meters, and its body above the water was about 10 meters. It was estimated to be at least 20 meters long. Chinrue had appeared above the sea snake in an instant. The aura blade in his hand lit up and he slashed down. This slash drew a 10-meter-long wave mark on the sea surface, but it only scratched the edge of the sea snake's body. The speed value of the huge sea snake was only a dash, but its flexibility in the water was far from being reflected by a simple value. The power of the water flow greatly reduced Chen Rui's attack, but it was the best cover for the sea snake. In analytical eyes, the comprehensive strength assessment had reached a demon emperor level sea beast. Moreover, there is more than one. Chapter 598. The sea began to churn violently. The devil's snare ship kept shaking and tilting. If it weren't for a special device, the ship would have capsized and sunk. Those huge sea snakes appeared from time to time, attacking the hull and the crew. The water arrows or ice bombs of the water elementals couldn't penetrate their smooth and tough skin. Instead, 2 of them were swallowed. Chen Rui was a step late in the rescue. He was shocked and angry. He soared into the air and swung, Aura blade with all his strength. The sea snake's neck was just slightly tilted, and it was cut in half. It hissed in pain and plunged into the water again. The sea snakes that suffered losses were more cunning. They relied on their advantage in the water to constantly hit and churn the ship. Even if the devil's snare ship was sturdy, it couldn't withstand the attacks for a long time. Many parts had begun to issue danger alarms. If this continued, there would definitely be a danger of collapse. Activate the ice-breaking device and emergency thruster, Chen Rui shouted, and the nearby sea began to freeze incredibly quickly. The churning seawater solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. The movements of the sea snakes that broke through the waves became slow. A sea snake was about to jump out, but half of its body stiffened. Chen Rui moved in front of it in an instant and cut off its head with a blade. A large amount of blood from the wound did not overflow. Instead, it was strangely sucked into the broken limb and gradually solidified. The water elementals on the Devil's Snare ship were most sensitive to the power of the water element. They instinctively felt that this solidified power was not pure water elemental power, but a kind of chill that penetrated deep into the soul and carried a terrifying destructive breath. Although the water elementals were not the target of the chill, they still couldn't help but shiver. The Sandmen faithfully executed the order. The tail of the Devil's Snare ship ejected blue flames. An entire sail expanded to the limit. The hull glowed with a light blue light, and it quickly sailed toward the nearby island. The movements of the sea snakes at the back had become extremely slow. They were deterred by this chill from their soul to their limbs, so they were unable to chase the Devil's Snare ship for a while. The frozen part of the sea surface made a continuous burst sound and gradually began to melt. At this time, a large area of red appeared in the sea. Pieces of broken limbs floated on the water, and the bloody smell gradually spread. This was the winter territory that Chen Rui realized on his own without the super system. Even the huge sea snakes that dived into the water couldn't avoid the destructive power that penetrated deep into the soul. The surface of the sea ahead began to churn irregularly. It seemed that a large number of sea snakes were rushing over at a very fast speed. Chen Rui thought that the Devil's Snare ship would definitely not be able to resist in this environment. He immediately launched the sonic boom flight and caught up with the Devil's Snare ship. He ordered loudly, "Right rudder 18, dock at full speed." Although he could not wait to avoid the Nagas on the Thunder Snake archipelago, he had no choice but to go ashore in such an urgent situation. The Devil's Snare ship turned to the right and quickly sailed towards the nearest island. The sea snakes that came from behind smelled the blood of their companions and surged over at a frightening speed. According to this acceleration calculation, the Devil's Snare ship would probably be surrounded before it could reach the shore. Chen Rui's figure turned in the air, turned around, and shot in the direction of the clown sea serpent. He landed on a reef about 5 meters wide. Chen Rui spread out his hands, and a huge light ball was continuously ejected, whistling toward the area where the sea snakes came from. After the Barora shot directly dived into the sea, it exploded due to some kind of pressure, splashing a water column more than 10 meters high. Chen Rui's heart moved, and he continuously launched Aurora shot. The burst water column suddenly had blood-red lines, and the weaker bodies were blown into several pieces. The attack and killing attracted the attention of the sea snakes, and they rushed to the reef. Chen Rui did not fly away from the reef. He just quietly watched the undulating and tumbling waves getting closer. Boom! The water surface almost exploded, and a winding and huge body broke through the waves, pouncing straight at Chen Rui. The hideous appearance and sharp teeth could already be clearly seen. The sea snake's movements were extremely fast, but the moment its body pounced out of the water, it suddenly slowed down. Its black and green skin rapidly dimmed, as if it had aged countless times in an instant. Not only the sea snake, but the two that rushed out behind it were the same. Before the sea snake could fall into the water, a faint purple sword light flashed, and the huge head suddenly fell off. After the head was severed, the huge body twisted irregularly and fell into the sea. The blood-red color quickly spread. As for the other two sea snakes, one was killed, and the other was injured and dived into the sea. The blood of its companions ignited the ferocity of the sea serpent. In an instant, several huge bodies shot out of the water, roaring as they attacked. It was as if there was a multi-headed monster at the bottom of the sea. Chen Rui fully activated the autumn domain. His left hand clenched into a fist and bombarded the enemy with multiple huge waves. The sharpness of the North Sea sword in his right hand was exerted to the extreme, killing several huge sea snakes in succession. Blood dyed the surroundings red. The attacks of the sea snakes were even crazier. Chen Rui finally began to be overwhelmed. A protective shield appeared on his body, and he fell into a passive position. If he went all out, he could kill these sea snakes, but the purpose of this trip was not this. He had just entered the Black Sea, and there were still many dangers behind. Skills like Royal Star transformation, with strong aftereffects, were definitely not suitable to be used at the moment. The cracks on the blue shield gradually increased. Then there was nothing under his feet. It turned out that the reef was knocked down by the sea snakes from the bottom of the water. Chen Rui glimpsed that the Devil Snare's ship was close to the shore. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky instantly. The angry sea snakes roared out of the water, but they couldn't reach the target. Chen Rui did not continue to attack, and he quickly flew toward the island where the ship was docked. The sea snakes chased straight. The Sandmen and Earth elementals had already followed Chen Rui's orders and quickly disembarked after docking. Dodo was frightened by the sea snakes in the battle just now. He made 2 hands to cover his mouth tightly, lest he attracted the attention of the sea snakes. When Chen Rui's figure passed by the Devil Snare ship, the storage warehouse was quickly activated. The entire ship disappeared out of thin air. Then he took Dodo and the crew to hide in the valley next to the coast as fast as possible. The sea snakes, who couldn't catch up, wandered angrily along the coast, waiting for the enemy to come out to retaliate. Chen Rui, who witnessed all this on the cliff, knew that they could no longer sail on this road, so he immediately led the crowd to continue moving forward. This island was very large, and the terrain was complex. Due to the interference of some kind of strange power, items such as magic map or magic compass were basically unusable. They could only rely on a special sense of the water elementals to advance. This was only the island on the outer edge of the Thunder Snake archipelago. According to this progress, it would be extremely difficult to reach the hidden misty island within the time agreed by the Dark Elemental King. Walking to a forest, Chen Rui ordered to rest. Dodo, who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time, immediately collapsed. He lay on the ground and panted. The power of the Sandmen and water elementals had also weakened a lot. The water elements in the ocean area were very abundant. The water elementals could automatically absorb the power of water elements to replenish their energy, while the Sandmen could look for sand and stones to fill the defects and losses on their bodies. Due to seasickness and lack of appetite, the barbecue and other food that Dodo loved so much in the past tasted like chewing wax. Perhaps only fresh plants could stimulate his appetite. The slime sneaked away while his master was asking about the situation of the nearby islands with the water elementals. In this dense forest, there were many novel plants that even the plant food didn't exist in the inherited memory of the slime. A long nose suddenly appeared on Dodo's face. He was like Pinocchio in Chen-Rui's story, sniffing while searching. After enjoying 2 green vines and a big yellow round fruit, the slime had a great appetite. His previous anorexia was gone. He sniffed again and smelled a tempting fragrance. Following the fragrance all the way, he saw a fist-sized red fruit growing in a bush. Its appearance was somewhat similar to strawberries. The salivating slime immediately jumped toward the red fruit and swallowed one in one bite. He felt that the taste was simply indescribably wonderful. After eating a dozen in a row, he felt his head was heavy and his feet were light. His body didn't listen to him as if he had drunk some kind of liquor. Just when Dodo was full and jumped back in a slanted manner, he suddenly bumped into something. The drunken slime shouted loudly, "Who dares to block Master Dodo's way?" This tone was quite similar to the arrogant demeanor of Paglio and Lomont. However, a cold, murderous aura instantly locked on the slime. Master Dodo suddenly shuddered and sobered up a little. When he saw a tall body in front of him, he opened his mouth in horror. After looking up and seeing the appearance of the body, clearly, Master Dodo's mouth exaggeratedly widened to 2/3 of his face. The next second, a heart-wrenching scream came out. Dodo's scream immediately caught Chen-Rui's attention. As he was about to look in the direction of the scream, he suddenly stopped and looked vigilant. He ordered the Sandmen and water elementals to gather together. Soon, there was a rustling sound in the woods, and a figure appeared in sight. This was a creature about 2 meters tall, with a head of long green hair and a beautiful appearance. Her upper body had obvious female characteristics, and her towering breasts were tightly wrapped by 2 simple golden scales. Her lower body was a brownish-red snake covered in fine scales. What was even more surprising was that she had 6 arms, and each arm held a long and narrow scimitar. Naga. On the outermost island of the Thunder Snake Archipelago, I really can't avoid the Naga tribe. Chen-Rui's eyes showed high vigilance. This Naga actually has S-level comprehensive strength in analytical eyes, and the value is quite close to S+. She exudes an incomparably fierce fighting intention. She firmly locked on me. She didn't slack off at all because of the peak stage of the demon emperor strength that I displayed. The Naga began to move. She wriggled over unhurriedly. Chen-Rui's eyesight was no longer the same as before. He noticed that the Naga's posture of holding the machete while moving was almost impeccable. She could attack and launch a thunder-like, terrifying blow at any time. In the dense forest behind, there was a series of rustling sounds. Terrifying figures appeared one after another. Except for a few with 6 arms, most of them had 4 arms. The approaching Naga was obviously the leader of this group of Nagas. Chen-Rui's mind turned quickly. He saluted the leader and said in common language, "Please forgive me and my friend for breaking into the Naga's territory rashly, but we have no hostility. We are willing to make friendship and efforts to become the Naga tribe's friend." The Naga stopped 4 or 5 meters in front of Chen-Rui and said coldly, "I'll give you 2 choices. First, resist and die now. Second, give up resisting and die 2 days later." Chapter 599. The Naga did not have Medusa's snake hair and snake pupils. Her appearance was no different from humans or demons. This Naga was beautiful with a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Her slightly bronze-colored skin was flawless, and her slightly deep voice was a bit sexy. If one didn't look at her 6 arms and the part below the navel, she should be a seductive beauty. However, no one would associate the word seductive with her now because the two choices she gave Chinrue had only one result: death. I'm Strina, the young chief of the Naga tribe and the leader of the White Tower front camp. Now I will give you one last minute to think. Otherwise, you will choose the first option by default. Strina's words were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Moore once said that Naga was a very powerful race with innate fighting instincts that were far better than ordinary races or demonic beasts. Especially their close combat ability was terrifying. This Strina was definitely a strong opponent. Naga figures emerged one after another behind, surrounding the entire forest. In addition to Strina, there were at least one early stage of the demon overlord and more than 10 demon emperors. The rest were at least at the later stage of the demon king. Chinrue was secretly shocked. A young chief has such strength, and these Nagas are obviously only a part of the Naga tribe's power. No wonder the Siren tribe can barely seize a small part of the phantom coral to survive after joining forces with the Harpy Witch. If this force is on land, it can undoubtedly become a very powerful military force. The power of the Nagas did not mean that Chinrue would be captured without a fight, but it was definitely impossible to resist the enemy with the strength of the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. If he used the Royal Star transformation to launch a full attack, even if he couldn't kill all the Nagas, at least it was not a problem to break through the encirclement. However, the Sandmen could still be resurrected, but the water elementals definitely couldn't be saved. Not to mention that the water elementals were his crew members. Once he lost the navigation of the water elementals, it was definitely impossible to reach the hidden misty island within the time limit of Hegel in this misty black sea. Moreover, he would fall into a deep sleep after the Royal Star transformation. He must not use it until the last moment. Chinrue took a deep breath, secretly condensed his power, and asked, "Miss Strina, before making a choice, I want to ask one last thing. What is the difference between dying 2 days later and dying now?" Strina looked at the unexpectedly calm enemy and replied coldly, 2 days later, the Naga tribe will hold a sea sacrifice in the hidden misty sea. At that time, you will become a sacrifice to the Black Sea God. Hidden Fog Sea region? Black Sea God? Naga's sea sacrifice? Chinrue immediately thought of the Hidden Fog Island, their first stop, and his mind began to spin rapidly. Or, if I'm lucky, I might be able to survive the sea sacrifice. As Strina added, a strange look flashed across her green eyes. She seemed to be a little absent-minded. This subtle change was immediately captured by Chinrue's spirit power. If he wants to make a move or escape, now should be the best time. At this moment, Dodo's voice came from the Naga group. "Master, help!" This timely voice made Strina's eyes flash, and she instantly returned to normal. The 6 arms holding the scimitars slightly changed their posture. Chinrue could clearly feel in his spirit power that his various positions had been locked by the 6 scimitars at the same time. As long as he moved rashly, he would definitely suffer a terrifying attack. "Time's up. Intruder, tell me your choice." Chinrue frowned as he looked at the Sandmen and water elementals. He finally made up his mind and asked tentatively, "Can I use some precious treasures in exchange for the lives of myself and my companions?" "The most valuable thing is your lives." Strina sneered with a murderous aura. "Don't talk nonsense. This delay will only accelerate your death." "Madam Strina, please listen to me first. In exchange for my life, I will naturally not be stingy with anything other than life. For example, the most precious legendary devil fruit? Maybe it can bring an unexpected surprise to Sir. Devil fruit!" Strina's green eyes glowed as if with some kind of unusual excitement. Bloodline memory told her that the devil fruit was a legendary, rare fruit. In addition to increasing strength, it could also greatly enhance potential. There was even a small chance to obtain additional special abilities. "Yes, it's the devil fruit." A red fruit appeared in Chinrue's hand, which faintly glowed. Strina's spirit power was very powerful. She could sense the special breath emitted by this fruit. When she was about to step forward, the fruit disappeared in Chen Rui's palm again. Please forgive me, this is just a little space magic trick. Chen Rui showed a firm expression. As long as Sir let me and my companions go, this devil fruit will belong to Sir. Otherwise, it will become my burial item. Strina stared at Chen Rui for a moment, and she nodded slowly. If it can really play the legendary role, I can swear by the golden tent of the Naga tribe to let you go safely. Before that, you must come with me to the Thunder Snake Island to meet someone. With that said, Strina waved to the back, and several Nagas came forward with some shackles. This is a blue charm shackle made of blue star heavy water and phantom coral reef. It can confine power and magic power. I warn you, don't try to make any futile struggle. Blue star heavy water? It seems to be the material needed for the assembled puppets in the ancient alchemy civilization. Chenrue was slightly startled, but now was obviously not the time to pay attention to this. Under his signal, the Sandmen and water elementals did not resist and let the shackles imprison them. Dodo, who was the first captive, was locked in a cage that seemed to be specially made. He looked dispirited, and he obviously suffered a lot. Chinrue and others were escorted by Strina and others through the woods to a hillside. There were several huge white stone houses on the hillside. There were dozens of Nagas patrolling and guarding. There was also a high lookout tower on the opposite hilltop. This should be a sentry post on the outer edge of the Thunder Snake archipelago for the Nagas. Madam Strina, you are back. A six-armed Naga of the early stage of the demon overlord greeted them with her hands folded on her chest and bowed. Medi, prepare the ship immediately. I want to personally escort these captives to the Thunder Snake Island to meet the Madam Chief. Medi frowned slightly. Madam Strina, please forgive me. The Madam Chief has specially instructed that you can't leave here without her order. Strina's green eyes flashed coldly. 6 scimitars suddenly appeared in her hands. Her voice became colder. I'm the supreme leader of the White Tower front camp. I will say it again. Go and prepare the ship now. Medi felt that she was shrouded by a terrifying killing intent. It was by no means a bluff. She was taken aback, and her body wriggled a few steps back. No, Madam Strina! The chief is. Before she finished speaking, she saw the flashing of the scimitars. The light disappeared in a flash. Medi stood in place with cold sweat on her forehead. Chen Rui's spirit power at the back had reached S+. He could clearly sense that Strina had already slashed 54 scimitars in an instant just now. According to the strength of the demon overlord, it was not very fast, but Strina's 54 scimitars were all slashed on Medi's left eyelashes. Exactly 54 lashes were cut off. This was not a performance, but a real attack. Medi almost had no time to react. Strina could control her power to such a subtle level while waving the scimitars at high speed. It was already difficult to describe this kind of terrifying scimitar technique as following her heart's desire. 6-blade attack. This was the Naga tribe's scimitar technique that had been deeply rooted in their bloodline. It was vividly reflected by the Naga young chief. Chinrue secretly thought that if he faced this blow, it would still be difficult to take it head-on even if he activated the Royal Star transformation. They are indeed a tribe with super close combat ability. Give me the Thunderlight ship. Otherwise, I will find it from your corpse. Strina shouted sternly. On the surface, Medi's strength level was only one small realm lower than Strina, but she was trembling in fear of the terrifying momentum. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took out a coconut-sized transparent ball with a mini purple sailboat inside. A scimitar in Strina's hand disappeared instantly. After taking the ball, Medi felt that the murderous aura that locked on her gradually faded. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and didn't dare to say anything. Kate, Judy, you guys come with me with the team. Strina called a dozen Nagas. She glanced at Medi, who bowed her head and said, I will explain to the chief. Then she escorted Chinrue and others to the back of the sentry post without looking back. This scene made Chinrue feel a little strange. Could it be that this young chief is still being sanctioned or suspected by the chief? Or is there any special struggle within the Nagas? If there is really something fishy, then the appearance of the devil fruit is probably a hot potato. I'd better not make things worse. A few hours later, the group came to the shore on the other side of the island. Strina threw the ball into the water, and the ball burst like a soap bubble. A large purple ship with a strange appearance appeared in front of them, which was exactly the same as the previous model. When everyone came to the ship, the Nagas began to set sail. According to Strina, the destination this time was the core of the Thunder Snake Archipelago, the Thunder Snake Island, which was the nest of the Naga tribe. The strange thing was that this Thunderlight ship seemed to have a strange breath. Although there were many huge sea snakes along the way, they did not attack the Nagas. At the request of Chinrue, he and the servant were locked in a cell alone. The blue charm prison did not have much effect on Dodo, but the cunning and timid slime was afraid of the Naga's power, so he pretended to be restrained and stayed inside obediently. After the guard left, Chinrue asked Dodo to slip out. He took out the glasses that the purple flame heart ring turned into and began to observe the treasure map. Sure enough, he saw that the light spot representing his position had moved a little more toward the center. The seas and islands along the way had been lit up. When he magnified it with his mind, he could even see some specific scenery and situation. It was just like the satellite map in his previous life, and it was still active. Real-time monitoring. The places that had yet to be explored or reached were still hazy, and they could only see the rough outer appearance. Just this point alone made this treasure map amazing. After about a day and a night, the Thunderlight ship finally docked. Chinrue and other captives were escorted ashore. This was a huge island that was dozens of times larger than the island where the White Tower Front camp was located. Along the way, he could see many Nagas. They saluted Strina when they saw her. This should be the Thunder Snake Island where the Nagas' lair was located. You, come with me. Strina ordered Chinrue. Chinrue thought quickly, Are we going to see your Sir Chief? You don't need to know, Strina replied coldly. You just need to know that if the devil fruit is fake or does not have the legendary effect, then you and your people will become the sacrifice of tomorrow's sea sacrifice. Chinrue didn't ask much. He followed Strina forward honestly. They turned around and came to a quiet valley. There was a white hut in the valley. The hut was surrounded by various flowers, exuding a fragrance that was completely different from the sea breeze. This doesn't seem to be the place where the Naga chief lives. Who lives here? As he approached the hut, there was a sudden sound of a zither inside. Yes, it's the sound of a zither. After Chinrue was startled, he immediately confirmed that it was not his illusion. Strina reached out to stop him, signaling him to stop and not interfere with the sound of the zither. The two stopped and listened together. Chinrue noticed that when Strina was listening to the sound of the zither, her face, which had always been strong and resolute, actually showed a rare hint of gentleness. The sound of the zither was very beautiful. It could be heard that the performer was quite skilled, but due to the influence of a certain mood, it was difficult to maintain the original calm and quiet mood. At this moment, a crisp musical instrument sounded. The sound of the zither was driven by this musical instrument and became smooth again. Previously, the musical instrument matched the sound of the zither. Then the sound of the zither was gradually led by the rhythm of the musical instrument. After a long while, the sound of the performance gradually stopped. Strina glared at Chinrue fiercely. Chinrue put away the tsuchin in his hand and shrugged with an innocent look. Is it, sister? Did you also bring a special guest? A girl's voice sounded in the house. I'm back, Adeline. Strina's voice became unusually soft as she walked in with Chinrue. Although there were not many furnishings in the house, they were all very exquisite. It could be seen that a lot of painstaking efforts were made. The most conspicuous was a Naga girl with blue hair and a fresh and beautiful face. She only had 2 arms. There was a golden harp in front of her. It was this harp that played beautiful music just now. Chinrue noticed that the girl's beautiful blue eyes looked dim, as if she couldn't see anything. Strina came to the girl and hugged her gently. "Adeline, I have good news to tell you. I brought back a person this time. This person has the legendary devil fruit. As long as you eat it, your strength will improve greatly, and your physique will also change." Adeline was silent for a moment, and she shook her head gently. "Sister, no need, thank you." "Adeline, there is really hope this time. This person—" Adeline sighed. "Madam Mother has announced in public that I will be the sacrifice of this batch of Black Sea God." Strina's face changed drastically. "What? Didn't I find so many sacrifices? Why is she still doing this?" "Don't worry, I will go to her now. With me here, no one can force you." "No, no one forced me. I volunteered. Moreover, it's too late because I have accepted the main sacrifices imprint." Adeline's words were like a bolt from the blue. Strina was shocked all over, and she was stunned in place. Chapter 600. Main sacrifice imprint. Main sacrifice imprint. Strina muttered to herself. She was stunned for a moment. Then she suddenly rushed out of the house. The things along the way fell to the ground, and half of the door was also knocked down. Immediately afterward, the entire valley trembled, echoing with Strina's angry screams. The girl moved to the door in panic. She wanted to catch up with her sister, but because she couldn't see, she tripped on something on the ground. Chinrue frowned. He helped the Naga girl who only had the strength of higher demon up and walked out of the door step by step. He saw that most of the hillside in front had collapsed. The ground was full of exaggerated deep ditches, which seemed to be the marks of slashes. In the flying sand and gravel, the 6-armed figure roared the sky. The roar was full of anger and sadness. "Sister." The girl's body seemed to have lost the power to support. She could only rely on Chinrue's support to barely fight. In her dim blue eyes, tears fell down. From the previous words and deeds, Chinrue faintly guessed something. This was completely different from his guess of fighting for power before he came. Seeing Strina's grief and indignation for her sister, he inexplicably thought of a certain sister in the palace. Strina's roar suddenly stopped. Her eyes fell on a figure that appeared in the valley. The figure said in a majestic voice, "Strina, shouldn't you stay on the White Tower Island? Who allowed you to return to the Thunder Snake Island?" This voice came from a tall Naga wearing a black armor and a golden crown on her head. Her face that should have been beautiful was cold and stern, giving people a chilling feeling. She should be the Naga tribe's queen. Race, Naga, mutated, comprehensive strength assessment, S+. Physique, S+, strength, S+, spirit, S+, speed, S+. Analysis, dangerous. Madam Tribe Leader. The girl Adeline quickly wiped away her tears and showed a respectful expression. She folded her hands on her chest and bowed deeply. "Mother." Strina did not salute. She looked directly at Queen Naga and shouted excitedly, "Tell me, why Adeline will become the main sacrifice of tomorrow's sea sacrifice? Why do you want to send your daughter to death with your own hands?" "Strina, you should call me Chieftain or Her Highness Modesty," the Naga Queen said coldly. "You already know the answer to your question. The survival of the fittest and the survival of the strong is the tradition of the Naga clan, not to mention this dangerous Black Sea region." Strina roared fearlessly, "Are you going to watch Adeline be swallowed by that monster? Isn't she your biological daughter?" "It's precisely because she's my daughter that she has to follow this rule." Queen Naga glanced at Adeline sternly. The fate of the Naga tribe is originally precarious. How can a Naga who has no combat talent and even no fighting spirit protect herself? What could they use to fight? With that ridiculous harp? She's destined to be eliminated. Strina shouted hysterically. She doesn't need to fight. I can protect her. You can do it too. Why won't you do it? If you don't even have the ability to protect your own daughter, how could they protect their clansmen? You don't deserve to be a mother. You don't deserve to be the chieftain. Modesty's face suddenly turned gloomy. A terrifying momentum quickly filled the entire valley. It's not up to you, my daughter, to evaluate whether I'm worthy to be a mother or not. Without me, you won't even have a life. As for the chieftain, aren't you the heir? According to the tradition, as long as you can defeat me, the position of the chieftain is yours. By then, I can't control who you want to sacrifice the survival rules and fate of the entire Naga tribe to protect. Swoosh! Strina's 6 arms had 6 long and narrow scimitars at the same time. Her powerful fighting spirit had surged to the peak in an instant. Her angry eyes were locked tightly on the Naga queen. I'm going to challenge you now. Very good. Modesty smiled coldly. She slowly pulled out 2 scimitars with her hands in front. Let me see how far you have reached. Or rather, let my scimitars tell you what is stupid and what is overestimating yourself. Strina's momentum skyrocketed. Her snake body vibrated, and she appeared in front of Modesty almost instantly. Chinrue, who was next to Adeline, only saw the sword lights crisscrossing the sky. In the blink of an eye, Strina slashed at least 200 times. Not only the speed, but these high-speed flowing sword lights turned into arcs, blocking all directions of Modesty from top to bottom, front to back, left to right as if the space was split. There were countless follow-up moves hidden in the arcs. Unless Modesty stood still and waited to be slashed, as long as she moved, it would trigger the chain strangulation of all the scimitars. Facing her mother, whose strength had reached the peak stage of the demon overlord and was also the strongest powerhouse in the tribe, Strina went all out without holding back. Chenrue, who saw the mystery contained in the scimitars, was secretly palpitating. If he faced this blow, he could only use teleportation to escape the range of the scimitars or block it with the protective shield, then try to counterattack. In this situation where she was unable to move, Modesty still moved incredibly. Then she slashed to the left and to the right. On the surface, it seemed that she simply waved the scimitars in both hands. But in Chanrue's feeling, these 2 simple scimitars contained a mysterious rhythm. Strina's seemingly impeccable scimitars seemed to be dipped in ink on a neat and meticulous painting. The entire artistic conception, including the hidden follow-up move, was completely destroyed. Not only that, this large area of ink also forcibly dyed the style of meticulous painting into freehand brushwork. As the scimitars flickered, those arcs were broken one after another. Strina's figure staggered back with countless dense bloodstains on her body. It was just 2 scimitars. This was no longer just a difference in power, but a huge gap in realm. It was also a scimitar, and it was also the Naga's talent martial arts, 6-blade stream. Strina had already tempered this kind of scimitar skill. It was like an object that had been made countless times. She could clearly see which part should be missing and which part should be added even with her eyes closed. However, in Modesty's hands, the 6-blade stream was more like a work. The object could be repeated, but the work was unique. Strina mastered the skill of the 6-blade stream, and Modesty had sublimated to the level of technique. It could be said that this Queen Naga was the strongest weapon master since Chinrue came to this world. Of course, no matter how strong Modesty's 6-blade stream was, it could not break through the scope of Demon Overlord, let alone truly compete with the kingdomized venerable level powerhouse or even demigod powerhouse. In the face of an absolute gap in power, no matter how exquisite the skill or technique was, it was futile. However, for the current Strina, Queen Naga was still an insurmountable moat. You're biting off more than you can chew. You haven't even used 2 scimitars well, and you want to use 6 scimitars well. Modesty looked at Strina contemptuously. Strina roared and pounced again. Have you even lost your composure? This kind of childish attack is simply worse than a child who has just awakened the six-blade stream. Flaws. They are all flaws. Even if you fight desperately like this, you will only fight with your life first. Flashy, but impractical. There are too many unnecessary moves. In the sneer of Queen Naga, Strina was knocked down again and again. She got up again and again, then she was knocked down again. The golden armor was already broken. Her body was full of blood-stained wounds. Some were even deep to the bones. If it weren't for the Naga tribe's extremely strong body, she would have been seriously injured and died long ago. This was still because modesty showed mercy. Chinrue could see that although the battle was very cruel, Queen Naga did not really kill. She was more like feeding moves. Many of the key shortcomings of Strina were pointed out. Unfortunately, a certain Naga sister had been blinded by grief and indignation. She only thought about how to defeat her mother. Those pointers became real mockery in her ears. Although Adeline could not see the battle, she could clearly hear everything that happened, but she did not speak to dissuade her. She just covered her mouth tightly with tears, for fear that the sound of crying would disturb Strina. The girl knew her sister's character very well. Dissuading or crying would only make her sister more irrational. Finally, Strina, who was exhausted, fell to the ground and could no longer get up. She actually fainted. How can you control the Naga tribe if you can't even control how much weight you have? Queen Naga didn't even look at her unconscious daughter. She wriggled her snake body and came to Adeline. She looked at Chenrue beside the girl with a scrutinizing gaze. Chenrue felt a chill on his back as he was swept by the cold eyes. He couldn't help but shiver. Who are you? Why did you follow Strina here? Chenrue quickly told her that Strina agreed to exchange the devil fruit for the safety of him and the crew. When Queen Naga heard the words devil fruit, her eyes flashed. She looked at Adeline, who was sobbing in a low voice, and she immediately understood Strina's intention. Demons, I believe you have seen that I will not show mercy to my own daughter. If Strina is not the heir of the Naga tribe and is related to the future of the entire tribe, I will execute her for the offense just now. Queen Naga said lightly, Hand over the devil fruit now, otherwise I will kill you and your companions immediately. Chinrue could hear that the ruthless queen would do what she said. He did not dare to hesitate and took out a devil fruit. Queen Naga took the fruit, smelled it, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She did not take it herself, but she looked at Adeline. She glanced at the harp that fell to the ground in the house, pondered a little, turned around, and walked toward the unconscious Strina. Chinrue saw it clearly. Modesty bent down and stuffed the fruit into Strina's mouth. This action gave Chinrue a strange feeling. Dear Queen Modesty Royal Highness, I have handed over the most important treasure, the devil fruit. According to the prior agreement, I have the right to ask your highness to fulfill your promise. Please let me and my crew live. A gloomy smile appeared on Modesty's face. You have to figure out two things. First, you may have an agreement with Strina, but it is not with me. I just asked you to hand over the fruit, just now. Second, even if I have a promise with you, it is useless because, as a sacrifice for tomorrow's sea sacrifice, you have no right, including the right to ask me to fulfill my promise. Someone, take him away. Outside the valley, 2 Naga warriors came up and grabbed Chinrue's arms. Sir Tribe Leader, Adeline said, please allow me to have a few words with this demons. Modesty frowned slightly. 3 minutes. Adeline came to Chinrue by feeling and saluted him. First of all, thank you for the fruit you brought. But I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Chinrue saw the girl's heartfelt sadness and guilt, but he did not blame her. He just said, my name is Aguile. Adeline was a little surprised by Chinrue's calmness. She hesitated for a moment and said, my name is Adeline. The tune you played is very nice. Can you tell me what's your name? Castle in the Sky. This was a song that Chinrue liked very much in his previous life. It was played by Master Hisaishi. He was bored at the sea these days, so he finally recalled it and practiced it diligently. He had some small achievements. He wanted to surprise Isabella, but he played it here. Castle in the sky. Is there really a city floating in the sky? Yes, as long as you have hope, it will be in the sky. Chinrue glanced at Queen Naga and shrugged. There's a saying in my hometown that life can be strangled, but hope always exists. Hope? Adeline nodded slightly. Thank you. At this time, Modesty's gloomy voice interrupted the conversation between the two. 3 minutes are up. Demons, don't waste your time. Even if you bewitch my daughter with sweet words, it is useless. And you can't escape the same fate. Okay, guards, take him away immediately. Then imprison Strina too. Chinrue and the unconscious Strina were taken away. Modesty turned around and walked a few steps, with her back facing Adeline. She suddenly added, Adeline, the main sacrifice's imprint can't be removed. You should understand. I understand. Please tell my sister not to be sad for me. Everything is voluntary. Adeline lowered her head and bowed deeply to Modesty. And please also take care, Madam Chief. Modesty stopped and turned her head slightly. This is the last time you can call me Madam Mother. Adeline still lowered her head and maintained the salute posture. Her body trembled slightly, but she did not say a word. Modesty's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't speak in the end. She turned around and walked forward quickly. At this time, the crystal tears that had been rolling in her eyes slid down the cheeks of the girl who lowered her head. They seeped into the ground and disappeared. Chapter 601. Chen Rue wore the blue charm shackles and was taken to a water dungeon by 2 Naga warriors. To his surprise, in addition to the Sandmen, water elementals, and some sea creature clan in the water dungeon, there are actually dark elementals. They were obviously the sacrifices for tomorrow's sea sacrifice. I remember that the water elemental king once said that the dark elemental King Hegel had sent the ships of the dark elementals to explore the Black Sea several times, but all of them disappeared. None of them survived. In the end, they chose the air route. It turns out that they were captured by Nagas and imprisoned in this Thunder Snake Island. Chinrue did not break free from the shackles. He was just thinking quietly. If it was only Strina and Adeline today, he still had some ways, but facing Queen Naga Modesty, who could even abandon her own daughter, there was really nothing he could do. This was the Thunder Snake Island, the Naga's base camp. It was heavily guarded and had numerous powerhouses. Unless he gave up this exploration and escaped back to the deep blue island using this stargate, he could only adapt to the sea sacrifice tomorrow. The night gradually deepened. There was a faint sound of harp. Soon after, everything became silent. Only the whimpering sea breeze could be heard. Early the next morning, all the prisoners in the water dungeon were taken out and came to the seaside of the Thunder Snake Island. There were 10 large ships moored on the seaside. Chinrue and others were escorted onto the ships. There were a lot of captives this time, for ships could barely fit them. Each ship had a strict Naga guard to monitor the captives. Queen Naga Modesty, wearing a golden crown on her head, walked onto the largest ship, followed by Adeline, who was holding a harp, and a group of Naga warriors. With a command, they set sail. The wind was favorable today, and the speed of the ships was extremely fast. The huge sea snakes along the way strangely did not attack these ships, as if they did not see them. About 7 or 8 hours later, the Naga ships skillfully passed through an area full of reefs and entered a new sea area. There was a lot of mist floating on the sea, and it was almost impossible to see anything. With Chen Rue's eyesight, he could barely see the scenery within 500 meters. For the endless sea, this was already quite low visibility. The 10 ships stopped, and Modesty took out a translucent crystal ball. Inside was a golden boat. She threw the ball into the water, and the original form of the golden sailboat suddenly appeared on the sea. Sensing the appearance of the golden ship, Adeline couldn't help but hold the harp tightly as if it was the only thing she could rely on. Modesty was silent for a moment and said, Adeline, the hidden misty sea is ahead. You are the main priest this time. Get on the ship now. Adeline lowered her head, nodded to Queen Naga, and walked slowly toward the golden sailboat with the harp in her arms. The Naga guards on the 4 ships where Chinrue and other captives were transferred to the other ships. Your Royal Highness, can you let me be with my crew? Chinrue suddenly spoke, even in the face of impending death. Queen Naga looked at him coldly. You are a competent captain, but Patriarch, please let this captain and his crew come to the main sacrifice ship. Adeline said, I really want to know what the city in the sky looks like in the last moments of my life. Queen Naga pondered for a while and waved her hand. Chinrue and the original crew of the Devil's Snare ship, who were imprisoned by the blue charm shackles, were brought onto the golden sailboat. In addition to Adeline, there were more than a dozen Nagas in this sailboat. All of them only had 2 arms and they were relatively weak. They should be the victims of the Naga tribe this time. The Naga tribe on the other ships began to beat a special musical instrument, and they chanted a low tone in their throats as if they were holding some kind of ritual. At the same time, a brand on Adeline's forehead began to glow. The entire golden sailboat shone brightly, and it began to sail forward. The other 4 ships seemed to be pulled by the strange force of the golden sailboat. Without anyone controlling it, they involuntarily followed it forward. The sound of beating the musical instrument gradually subsided. On the golden ship, the crisp sound of the harp sounded. There was no anger or resentment, only a faint sadness. Mother! Adeline stared at the direction in the harp with dim eyes, and she finally shouted this word softly. The voice of this word was very soft. When she shouted it out, Queen Naga's cold and ruthless face trembled slightly. Her eyes were a little red, but she clenched her fists. Her body remained as stiff as a pole, and she watched the golden sailboat disappear into the thick mist without moving. After a long silence, Modesty's order sounded, "Return!" This voice was hoarser than ever. On the golden ship, Chinrue looked at the Naga girl who was crying bitterly while holding the harp, sighed and comforted her. Adeline wiped her tears and glanced at Chinrue. Although her dim eyes had no luster, Chinrue had an inexplicable feeling of being seen through. Thank you, Sir Captain. What makes me wonder is why I don't feel the fear and helplessness of others in your mind. Maybe this is what you said, the hope that you will not give up even if your life is strangled? Chinrue was very surprised. You can sense my mind. Maybe my eyes can't see, so my spirit sense is slightly better than others. Besides, I can only sense some mental fluctuations in a special state. It's useless. This is not the ability of slightly better or useless. Chinrue looked shocked. His current strength on the surface is the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, and his spirit power has reached the S level of the Demon Overlord level. Even the peak stage of the Demon Overlord powerhouse can't see through his emotional fluctuations, let alone this kind of telepathy. This Naga girl who has no combat ability and is regarded as an abandoned child by the tribe actually has such a special talent. Adeline explained with an apologetic face, Sir Captain, please forgive me. I didn't mean to pry into your mind. It's okay, just call me Aguile. Chinrue shook his head. Ms. Adeline, I want to ask, where is the legendary Hidden Misty Island? The Hidden Misty Island is the core of the Hidden Misty Sea. Its location in this sea area is a mystery. However, as far as I know, the Hidden Misty Island is actually active in a certain large area. It will appear in a certain location at a fixed time. It usually changes once a year or so. The direction we are going now is the only way to the Hidden Misty Island. It is said that there are many magical things on the Hidden Misty Island with special effects. When I was a child, my sister secretly took me out to sea to find the Hidden Misty Island with my spirit sensibility, but unfortunately we failed. As Adeline said, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head. Chinrue shook his head. Ms. Adeline, don't be sad. Although you don't have a good mother, you have a good sister. You should be glad. You're wrong. Adeline shook her head. She's a good mother, but this good mother belongs to all Nagas. Because of this, Chinrue looked at the Naga girl who was good at reading people's minds and understanding in surprise. An impulse to protect her suddenly surged in his heart. Adeline didn't say much on this topic. She plucked the strings of the harp. The golden ship is about to enter the sea god's area. We don't have much time. Let me listen to your sky castle again, okay? Of course. Chinrue thought about it. One last question. What is the Black Sea God? The Black Sea God is the ruler of the Black Sea. He has enslaved the Naga tribe for many years, and he controls the survival of the phantom coral. He generally lurks in the deep sea and appears once every 10 years. At this time, the Naga tribe will hold a sea sacrifice and offer the corresponding life level and number of creatures as sacrifices. Otherwise, even if the sea god doesn't punish the Naga tribe, as long as the vitality of the phantom coral is cut off, the Naga tribe will face extinction. I see. Chinrue was enlightened. However, to be able to enslave the powerful Naga tribe, the strength of this ruler is probably beyond the level of ordinary high-level powerhouses. It is probably invincible. Adeline said just now that this direction is the only way to the hidden Misty Island. It seems that I can only take a risk. While Chinrue was thinking, the water in front of him had begun to change. In the mist, there were abnormal undulations on the surface of the sea, which surged in the direction of the 5 sacrificial ships. Thunder Snake Island. After the sea sacrifice, the ships sailed back to the shore. Queen Naga Modesty slowly disembarked from the big ship. During the return voyage, the nearby Naga guards could feel a certain strong emotion suppressed in the queen's heart, so no one dared to say a word. However, as soon as Modesty went ashore, she saw a 6-armed elite Naga reporting in panic. Bad news! Chief, the magic cage that imprisoned the young chief is broken. The guards are knocked unconscious, and the young chief is missing. According to the guards who woke him up, it should have happened in the morning. What? Modesty was shocked. She could no longer maintain her usual calmness, and she suddenly let out a furious roar. At the same time, in front of the sacrificial ship, the undulating waves were getting closer. It could already be seen that it was a kind of strange sea beast. Its dorsal fins were above the water, and the rest of its body was submerged in the water. It moved very fast, somewhat similar to sharks, and there were tens of thousands of them. They surrounded the 5 ships like a dense tide. These demonic sharks attacked the sacrificial ships without any explanation. One of the ships with the weakest defense began to flood under the fierce attack and gradually sank. The sea creatures that fell into the water instantly disappeared under the attack of the demonic sharks, and the seawater was quickly dyed blood red. This scene made the rest of the people panic. Some struggled to control the ship, but the ship still followed the golden sacrificial ship uncontrollably and sailed forward. The sacrificial ship was also under fierce attack. Adeline hugged the harp tightly, and her body trembled. Chinrue flipped his hand, and the blue charm shackles that imprisoned her instantly turned into powder and disappeared. Then he quickly removed the restraints of the water elementals and sandmen. However, this sacrificial ship didn't have any weapon facilities, and it was still sailing forward under the effect of the sacrificial imprint. It couldn't turn around and escape. As Chinrue opened his hand, several huge white light balls flew out and exploded in the water, killing several demonic sharks in an instant. These demonic sharks were even more ferocious than the sea snakes. They quickly devoured the corpses of their companions, and they attacked more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, 2 more ships were sunk, and none of the sacrificial creatures on the ships survived. At this moment, a clear roar came. On the ship behind, a figure jumped high and fell into the group of demonic sharks in the sea, rushing straight to the golden ship. Blade lights were seen flying around, and the corpses of the demonic sharks surrounding the golden ship were scattered. A path was cleared in the blink of an eye. This familiar roar made Adeline's body tremble, and she blurted out, "Sister!" Chapter 602. The figure that charged out from the sacrificial boat behind was Strina. Strina swung her snake tail and slid quickly on the sea without sinking. The 6 scimitars in her hand danced in a dazzling arc. Countless demonic sharks' lives were reaped in the arc. She literally opened a bloody path. When Strina, who was covered in blood, appeared on the golden boat, Adeline had already rushed up excitedly. She hugged her sister tightly regardless of the blood. Immediately, the Naga girl reacted again and pushed Strina away in panic. "Why is sister here? Go back quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late." Strina did not make a sound. Everyone could see her answer from her stubborn eyes. "Since I'm here, I don't plan to go back." Although Adeline couldn't see Strina's expression, she could feel the determination and persistence from her heart. Her tears gushed out uncontrollably. "Why are you so stupid?" Strina shook her head and just clenched the scimitars in her hand. "It's really not worth it." Adeline pleaded, "Sister, go back quickly. If you still treat me as your sister, please." "Not worth it." Strina became emotional and roared. "If it weren't for my stupidity, you wouldn't be where you are today. It's me. It's me who hurt you. That time was just an accident. Sister wanted to take me to find the herbs on the hidden misty island to cure my eyes." Adeline shook her head desperately. "No, I want to use your sensing ability to find the treasures on the hidden misty island to improve my combat talent. I'm the most selfish bastard." Strina's eyes suddenly turned red. She didn't shed tears when she was severely injured and ridiculed by Queen Naga, but she couldn't control it now. "You actually always knew. Why did you save me at that time? Why did you give me the talent? I owe you. My life is yours." Chinrue thought of what Adeline said previously, that her sister took her to find the hidden misty island when she was a child. He finally understood why Strina would protect her sister so desperately. It turns out that there is such a hidden reason. Although Adeline has a problem with her eyes, her original talent is probably quite powerful. She can actually give it to others. I've said it before, this is all of my own free will. I've loved music since I was young, and my eyes can't see. The talent of the 6-blade stream is just a waste on me. Big sister has always been eager to improve herself. You are the most suitable candidate. Adeline hugged Strina, who was almost out of control. "If you want to give me something back, escape from here immediately and live with my hope. This is my last request." Strina shook her head. "From then on, I vowed to protect you with my life. Anyway, I'm a selfish guy, so I have to let you down for the last time now. I say, ladies, let's stop for a moment," Chinrue's voice sounded. "Now is not the time to reminisce. Our troubles seem to be getting bigger and bigger." At this time there were more and more demonic sharks around. Some could even jump onto the ship to attack. The corpses of the demonic sharks, destroyed by Strina, were devoured by their companions. The ferocity was even more intense. Except for the golden ship of the officiant, all the other ships had sunk. Screams and exclamations were endless. Chinrue only had time to rescue a few dark elementals on the ship behind. None of the others survived. There is mist everywhere here. We can't find a way out at all. Even if we can go back, we will definitely be killed by Princess Modesty or become a sacrifice again. At present, there is only one way. That is to find the hidden misty island as soon as possible, or we can survive in the midst of death and avoid this disaster. Ms. Adeline, please use your innate skill to the fullest." Adeline trembled. "But Black Sea God, so many people have died just now. The sea sacrifice should be almost completed. If you really want to save your sister, make a decision quickly." No one was willing to die, especially with Strina here. Adeline hesitated for a moment, and she finally nodded with a firm expression. At this time, Naga on the side exclaimed, "Oh no! The bottom of the ship is broken. Water is flooding." Strina gritted her teeth. "Adeline, hold me tight. I will take you to kill our way out." In fact, everyone understood that in this vast sea without a ship, even if Strina could fly, she couldn't last long. Moreover, there were so many ferocious enemies. Once she was exhausted, it would definitely be a dead end. "Miss Adeline, do you remember what I told you? Hope always exists as long as you don't give up." As Chen Rui said, his body floated up. Aurora's shot flew out and cleared an area. Strina noticed that the blue charm shackles on Chen Rui's hands had long disappeared. Even Adeline and the Nagas on the main sacrifice ship couldn't open this kind of shackles. She didn't expect this guy who was easily captured by her actually has this special ability. What surprised her even more was that Chen Rui waved his hand, and a magnificent black ship appeared in front of everyone. "Welcome to my devil's snare ship. Please speed up. We have to get out of this damn place before more monsters appear." The people on the golden ship hurriedly moved to the devil's snare ship. The Sandmen began to control the ship skillfully while the water elementals assisted by the side. The Nagas picked up the weapons distributed by Chinrue and guarded against the demonic sharks that might jump out from both sides together with the dark elementals. As the saying went, all were in the same boat. At this time, no matter what grievances they had in the past, they must work together to get through the difficulties. "Ms. Adeline, please use your ability to guide the helmsman as much as possible." Adeline bit her lip. "My spirit power is limited. I can barely sense the general direction at most. I don't know what dangers there are on the way. Drink these 2 bottles of potions first. Also, this crystal stone can improve spirit power to a certain extent. You take it." Chinrue stuffed the true spirit potion, eternal mind potion, and a refined high-purity spirit crystal stone into the girl's hand. "Do your best with the hope in your heart. At least we shouldn't leave any regrets, right?" Sir Aguil. Adeline felt the warmth of the crystal stone, and there was a strange certainty in her heart. Without hesitation, she drank the potion, clenched the crystal stone in her palm, and stood at the rudder. She began to concentrate on sensing with spirit power. The main sacrifice ship had long sunk, and there were more and more demonic sharks. The number was far beyond imagination. They gathered around the devil's snare ship. Although they couldn't be breached for a while, they squeezed the ship in a certain direction, making the ship lose its power. Due to the close distance and angle, the main cannon magic, crystal cannon, and the side cannon were not suitable to attack. The situation was very dangerous. Replenish the crystal stone immediately. Turn on the magic protection and prepare to use the emergency thruster at full speed. Chen Rue loudly gave the corresponding orders to the Sandmen and water elementals. Then he turned his head and said to Strina, "Miss Strina, we must clear a path in front of the devil's snare ship. Let's take one side each." When Strina watched her sister drink the potion, she seemed to want to say something, but she didn't speak in the end. Now she just took a deep look at Chinrue and walked toward the bow of the ship. Facing a large number of ferocious sharks, Strina jumped down without fear. She curled her tail and entangled a metal rope hook at the bottom left of the bow of the ship. She stretched out her snake body and hung her body upside down. The ferocious sea beasts could be clearly seen. The murderous aura in the green eyes of the female Naga warrior was flourishing. The 6 sharp scimitars slashed out a sharp wind that tore the air apart. She welcomed the demonic sharks that rushed over. For a while, the blade chi and flesh were flying. The blank space of the shark sea on the left in front was getting bigger and bigger. The blade chi extended to a range of tens of meters. Even the seawater had exaggerated slash marks. The powerful force that stagnated in the water made the seawater split like a solid. It took a long time for it to heal. The demonic sharks couldn't approach for a while. Strina, who continuously launched powerful slashes, showed a bit of fatigue. She curled her snake tail and jumped back to the bow of the ship. She happened to see countless golden, half-moon-shaped symbols lit up on the demonic sharks on the other side at the same time. These symbols flashed at high speed, and the objects they wrapped were disintegrated and torn apart in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all the demonic sharks within a range of nearly 30 meters were dismembered into pieces. Strina was slightly moved. At this time, the Devil's Snare ship had gotten rid of the obstruction of the demonic sharks. All kinds of propulsion facilities were activated. Under the powerful effect of the emergency thruster, it broke through the waves like a sharp sword, leaving the demonic sharks far behind. Getting out of danger caused a cheer on the ship. Adeline, who had the strongest spirit power, exclaimed, "Oh no! Sir Aguile is still behind." This sentence made the cheers stop abruptly. They all turned their heads and looked at the demonic sharks in the distance. Strina frowned suddenly. She saw the red light there blazing. Even at this distance, she could feel a strong and terrifying violent aura. Amidst the dense crowd of demon sharks, an unknown long red demon beast roared and dashed out. Along the way, the seawater was stirred up hundreds of feet high. This red giant beast circled back and forth, smashing the demon sharks into a mess. They were utterly defeated. The red light gradually extinguished. Then people heard a strange sonic boom in their ears. A lightning-like figure had blasted over and instantly caught up with the Devil's Snare ship that was sailing at high speed. "It's Sir Captain!" "Sir Aguile!" The people on the ship shouted in surprise. Chinrue's figure flickered, and he landed on the deck, continued to follow Ms. Adeline's guidance at full speed. "Don't relax. This is the hidden misty sea." This sentence reminded the crew, and they immediately began to take their positions. About an hour later, the Devil's Snare ship with full power finally got rid of the pursuit of the demonic sharks. During this period, Strina had been staring at Chinrue closely, making him uncomfortable. "Ms. Strina, is there a flower on my face?" Chinrue finally couldn't stand it, and he took the initiative to speak. "Your strength is much stronger than it looks on the surface. You can even get rid of the blue charm shackles on your own. You should have deliberately surrendered that day, right?" Strina's scrutinizing eyes were filled with strong vigilance. "Who are you? What is your intention for the Naga tribe?" Chinrue shook his head. "I have no intention for the Naga tribe. As for my strength, it's just a little self-protection trick. It can't be compared with Ms. Strina at all. Sir Aguile is too modest. Your true strength may not be inferior to my sister." The Naga girl suddenly interjected, "If there is a purpose, it should be the hidden misty island." Strina knew that her sister had a special sensing power. When she heard Adeline said that Aguile's strength was comparable to hers, she couldn't help but be surprised. Adeline pondered for a moment, and she asked again, "Sir Aguile, I want to ask a question. If you don't know that I have the ability to sense the hidden misty island, will you still save me?" Chinrue smiled slightly. "Don't you have a special sensing talent? I think you already know the answer." Adeline didn't speak. She just showed an innocent smile, crossed her hands, bowed, and continued to come to the Sandman's helmsman to guide the way. This question was actually for Strina. Sure enough, Sister Naga's expression eased a lot. Chinrue looked at Strina. "Your injury yesterday has not recovered, and the poison of the devil fruit is still eroding your body. Maybe you shouldn't come here today, but since you are here, I'll give this to you." Strina took the potion bottle and a green bead that were thrown, and she heard Chenrue's voice. "The bottle is a potion for rapid recovery. The bead is called Jade Pearl, which is condensed from the essence of the dragon's horn. It can help you overcome the poison of the devil fruit." As Strina was about to speak, the figure of Aguile had disappeared at the entrance of the cabin. Chinrue took out the map in the cabin and put on the dodo helmet. This sea area map had been lit up. Judging from the distance between the red light representing himself and the target golden light, they were closer to the treasure. It seems that this direction is correct. The hidden misty island is not only the place agreed by the dark elemental king, but it is also the only way to the mysterious treasure. At this moment, he heard an exclamation outside. Chen Rui hurriedly walked out of the cabin, and he saw a large number of surging waves on the misty sea ahead. The waves quickly approached. It turned out that this was not a sea tide, but a massive number of sea beasts. The number was almost endless. It was creepy. Adeline's face showed an extremely frightened expression. She curled up in the corner, just trembling as she said 2 words, "Sister, Sir Aguile, you guys run." As soon as Chen Rui commanded to turn the bow of the ship, the same waves began to appear behind. The Devil's Snare ship was surrounded in the middle. At the same time, there was a faint cry of some kind of beast in the distant air. Compared with this demonic beast sea, the previous demonic shark group is simply the difference between a bucket of water and a pond. Compared with the current bad situation, another feeling of uneasiness faintly surfaced in Chen Rui's heart, but it was too late to think about it now. He shouted, "All gunners in position! Prepare to attack!" "Ms. Strina, in the current situation, I'm afraid it is too late to treat the injury. The safety of the ship will be handed over to you. Please protect Ms. Adeline and the crew." Strina knew that the current situation was critical, so she didn't say anything unnecessary. She nodded. "What about you?" "I will try to attract the attention of the sea beasts. As soon as you find a gap, quickly break out. You stay on the ship. I'll go," Strina said without hesitation. "My sailors are the sandmen of the earth element. They have already received my order to break out. They don't need a separate command. You are more familiar with the Naga tribe, so you can effectively organize them to carry out systematic defense." In fact, Chen Rui didn't say a word. Strina's injury and state were not at their peak, so it was more dangerous to go like this. Although a part of Chen Rui's power was consumed, due to his special recovery physique, he was only temporarily unable to use Scorching Dragon Kill. He could already use True Destructive Aura Blow, and he still had the strongest Royal Star transformation skill. Strina stared at him for a moment. She crossed the 6 scimitars, stretched out her arms, and bowed slightly to him. The Nagas on the ship did the same action to Chen Rui. This was the highest courtesy of the Naga tribe to warriors. Chapter 603. The encirclement was getting closer. As Strina, who took over the command, gave an order, the 2 magic crystal main cannons at the bow and stern of the Devil's Snare ship suddenly ejected a strong, white beam of light into the beast tide. Wherever the terrifying energy passed, huge waves were set off. The sea beasts were disintegrated into particles and disappeared without a trace. The 2 light beams continued to sweep for a while, and they gradually dimmed. However, the sea beasts were not afraid of casualties at all. They still advanced wave after wave. The 2 fan-shaped gaps in the beast tide that were swept out were quickly filled by the successors. The range and power of the main cannons surprised Strina. Although this kind of magic crystal cannon was powerful, its cooldown time was longer than the average main cannons. The severe situation made her immediately react and order again. In the rumbling sound, the rows of side cannons on both sides of the hull began to spit fire. The firing frequency and accuracy controlled by the Sandmen were quite excellent, but the power of the side cannons was far inferior to the improved magic crystal cannon. Although the lethality was still not small, it was only a drop in the bucket for the swarming beast tide. Once the sea beast tide was completely surrounded, even if the Devil's Snare ship was sturdy, it could only wait for death. A figure flew out of the Devil's Snare ship and faced the beast tide at the front. More than a dozen white light balls whizzed out like scattered bullets. The destructive light balls drew more than a dozen blank trajectories in the beast tide until they fell into the water and exploded. These shallow trajectories seemed so insignificant in the rushing and dense beast tide, and they disappeared instantly. Chen Rui knew that there were too many sea beasts, so the attack of Aurora Shot would definitely not play an effective role. The purpose of this was to attract firepower. After launching Aurora Shot, his position went deeper. He could already see the fierce eyes and sharp claws of those sea beasts clearly. A large number of sea beasts swarmed toward the enemy who suddenly appeared. Many of them also launched long-range attacks such as water arrows, venom, and energy bombs. A translucent blue light shield appeared around Chanrue's body to protect his whole body. Generally, the magic shield couldn't be moved after it was cast, let alone attacking at the same time unless the magic shield was removed. However, the protective shield skill of the super system had no such restrictions at all. He could move and attack freely. Chanrue dodged while using Aura Blade to kill the approaching sea beasts. His whole person was like a rotating sharp fan leaf, quickly harvesting the lives of the sea beasts along the way. With the number of sea beasts, Chanrue's massacre was just a drop in the ocean. However, he had already successfully attracted the attention of most of the sea beasts, and a large number of sea beasts roared as they charged towards him. Even with Chanrue's guerrilla warfare, the protective shield on his body was still under great pressure. The translucent round shield trembled violently, and the cracks gradually increased. If this was a computer game, Chanrue would be playing the role of a tank that would tank monsters and pull aggro. However, he felt more like a big boss in the game now. He was being besieged by countless players who wanted to drop their equipment. Even if this boss had a lot of health and thick skin, there would be a time when he was exhausted by the ant tactics. What's more, these sea beasts weren't ordinary ants. The difference in strength was secondary. The most terrifying thing was that they had the same characteristic. They came one after another without fear of death. This kind of crazy battle was incomparable even to the battlefield he had experienced before. His eyes were filled with endless enemies. His ears were filled with roars and roars. What he saw and smelled was all strong blood. He couldn't figure out whether it was his own or the enemy's. Chanrue felt that his strength was consumed very quickly. His figure flickered. A second before the protective shield collapsed, he had already appeared high in the sky. Before he could catch his breath, dozens of black shadows in the air screamed and rushed over at an amazing speed. This black shadow was about 3 meters long. It should be a kind of fish from the appearance, but it had wing-like fins on both sides. Judging from the big mouth with saliva dripping from its sharp teeth, it didn't look like a vegetarian. This world is too unscientific. Forget about the fish howling like beasts. They can actually fly in the air and eat people. Chanrue slashed with Aura Blade and hit the forehead of a flying fish. To his surprise, this Aura Blade did not cut the flying fish into two as expected. It only left a shocking crack on the forehead. The flying fish screamed and fell into the sea. Most of the sea beasts below could not fly, but they stacked up one by one like a giant tower that was constantly moving and rising. While Chanrue was tired of dealing with the flying fish in the air, they had quickly stacked up and approached him. Most of the sea beasts in front were attracted by Chanrue, while the Devil's Snare ship controlled its speed to open the distance with the beast tied at the rear. It used artillery to clear the obstacles in front. The dark elementals worked together to release a large dark sky. Together with the water wall created by the water elementals, they effectively delayed the approach of the sea beast tied at the rear. In contrast, the biggest threat was the flying fish in the air. There were hundreds of flying fish hovering above the Devil's Snare ship, like dark clouds. The Devil's Snare ship suffered a fierce attack. The top of one of the 3 masts was broken, and the balance sail was also torn. Several Nagas and elementals had been killed in the mouth of the flying fish. Strina covered Adeline to hide in the cabin. She loudly commanded the Nagas to cooperate in defense and protect the gunners. She continuously slashed down several approaching flying fish. She flicked her snake tail and soared into the sky. The flying fishes hissed and dived toward Strina. Strina was the young chief of the Naga tribe and the commander of the White Tower front camp. She had competed for phantom coral resources with the coalition forces of harpies and sirens for many years, so she was no stranger to opponents flying in the air. The snake body was as flexible in the air as in the water. As it swam, six-blade lights were like flowing water. The flying fish that swooped down were equivalent to automatically sending their lives to the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They were either dead or injured. They fell into the sea like hailstones. At this moment, a warning sign suddenly appeared in Strina's heart. She turned around abruptly and held her two blades to block the impact of a huge black shadow behind her. Bang! Strina's body was knocked away by a strong force. She only stabilized her body after a few circles to unload the force. It turned out to be a huge, mutated flying fish which was 5 meters long. Its whole body was flashing with dark silver light, exuding wisps of icy air. It should be the king of flying fish. Strina showed a vigilant look. The two blades just now actually became a little bent under this impact, but she still rushed toward the flying fish king without fear. As the snake's shadow flashed, the sharp wind tearing through the air and the dull impact sound continued to be heard. In a moment, Strina's figure flew backward again. This time, her face was a little paler. Most of the armor on her body was broken. Blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, and the scimitars held by her 6 arms were all twisted. There were countless intertwined blade marks on the flying fish king's body. Some of them were so deep that the bones could be seen. The broken scales fell like rain, but it did not suffer a fatal blow. The flying fish king's body was very hard. It had the power of the early stage of the demon overlord, which was inferior to Strina. If it was in its normal state, Strina should be able to kill or repel it. It was just that she was seriously injured in the battle with Queen Naga yesterday, and the toxicity of the devil fruit she consumed had not been completely resolved. Even if she took the potion and jade pearl given by Chinrui, she was still in a relatively weak state. In addition, the previous battle with the demonic shark consumed a lot of energy. Her current combat power was only equivalent to 60% to 70% of the usual. It was very difficult to win when she couldn't use her weapon. The situation was urgent now. Every second delayed would increase the danger by 1 point. A quick battle was the only way to escape the dangerous situation. Strina took a deep breath, and her green eyes turned golden. Her whole body began to emit a scorching golden light that spread rapidly around with a powerful, sharp breath. The flying fish king realized the coming danger, and a layer of blue cold light quickly appeared outside its body as if it was wrapped in a crystal stone. It couldn't compete with the golden light for a while. In the 6 hands of the female body in the golden light, the twisted blades burned with crimson flames. With a shout, nearly 100 golden shadows appeared in an instant, waving 6 flames and casting the Naga tribe's most powerful combat skill, 6-blade stream. The ordinary flying fish in the range of the golden light were instantly burned to ashes. Countless waving flames intertwined into a huge net, trapping the flying fish king in it. The flying fish king screamed in horror. The blue light became thinner and dimmer. After a while, the huge net and the flying fish king passed through. The golden light and flames disappeared. Except for the flying fish king, floating in the air, there was no living flying fish. Countless red net marks faintly appeared on the sturdy and huge body of the flying fish king. With a click, the whole body finally split into countless pieces and fell into the sea. Only the hilt of the 6 blades in Strina's hand was left. Judging from the fracture, it seemed to be melted by high temperature. There was no trace of blood on her face. She looked extremely dispirited, as if she consumed a huge amount of vitality. In fact, the blow containing the territory power just now had indeed overdrawn all her strength. Her wounds were all torn open. Although she risked killing the flying fish king, she had basically lost her combat power. Strina, who barely floated in the air, was about to land when she happened to see the battle situation in the distance. The exaggerated Beast Tower just exceeded the height of Chenrui. It wrapped Chenrui firmly like a huge sphere. Strina was taken aback. Not to mention that Aguile is just the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. Even if it is me, it is difficult to survive if I am surrounded like this in that kind of terrifying battle group. At this moment, a dazzling light appeared in the sea beast sphere that was wrapped in layers. The star-like light spread quickly. An entire sphere was torn apart instantly. In the center of the light was a figure wearing a bright armor. The light suddenly shone brightly. Immediately afterward, the entire sea in front of the field of vision seemed to be separated by a huge force. The terrifying force created a huge whirlpool that wrapped countless sea beasts and soared into the sky. It was 100 meters high. If it weren't for the special device of the Devil's snare ship, it would have capsized because of the subversion of this terrifying aftermath. The brilliance in the whirlpool was dazzling. In an instant, Strina had the illusion of a star bursting. In the terrifying shock and burst, all the sea beasts near the whirlpool were smashed to pieces. The huge sea beast tide was forcibly torn open, and it could not be closed for a while. Strina looked at this scene in horror. She finally understood the reason why her sister said that previously. Even if I am in my peak state, I have to admit defeat against this kind of terrifying strength. Don't fire. Full speed forward. Quick. Shinrue's shout came from a distance. Although the star explosion successfully defeated the sea beast tide just now, the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. Many of these sea beasts exuded a faint, special breath. This kind of power was actually not unfamiliar to Shinrue, who had the super system. This is the breath of faith. Chapter 604. Strina heard the anxiety in Shinrue's tone. She immediately returned to the ship and ordered to stop all shooting and attacks. She galloped toward the gap opened by Shinrue at full speed. Madam Strina, come quickly. The Naga's exclamation came from the cabin. Strina hurriedly rushed into the cabin, and she saw the Naga girl holding her arms with both hands, curling up tightly into a ball. She even threw the harp aside with an extremely frightened expression on her face. Strina was shocked. She stepped forward and hugged her sister. Adeline, what's wrong with you? Run. Sister, hurry. Adeline was trembling all over as she panted rapidly. She seemed to use the last of her strength to say these words. The main sacrifice mark on her forehead began to glow faintly. At this time, the hull suddenly shook violently as if it was hit by a huge wave. Strina had an ominous premonition as she heard a scream of horror coming from the deck. She hurriedly walked out with Adeline in her arms. At this time, the dark sky curtain had gradually dissipated. The strange thing was that the sea beasts had retreated far away. Even the sea beasts in front of Shinrue were the same. This was by no means the deterrence of star explosion. Judging from the panic and fear of the sea beasts, something more terrifying was about to appear. The answer was soon revealed. In the surging waves behind the Devil's snare ship, a tentacle emerged. It was a huge tentacle. The tentacle was dark red. The part exposed from the water was 40 to 50 meters high and nearly 10 meters in diameter. The tentacle was covered with terrifying suction cups and barbs, exuding a strange and powerful breath. The tentacle rose higher and higher. When it stretched to about 100 meters long, it lashed down fiercely like a whip. This blow tore the seawater apart on both sides. The violently undulating seawater quickly extended to the Devil's snare ship that was desperately moving forward. The entire ship was lifted high into the air by the monstrous waves. As soon as the power of the tentacle dissipated, the Devil's snare ship fell straight down with a large amount of seawater. Although there was a special device to prevent the ship from capsizing, the huge ups and downs caused most of the people on the ship to fly up and fall into the water. Strina hugged her sister tightly while the other two hands clasped into the mast to barely stabilize her body. This was just the beginning. The direction of the seawater had already undergone a strange reversal. The Devil's snare ship, which was moving at full speed, involuntarily moved backward by the general trend of the entire seawater. It was a bit like a person on a high-speed treadmill. Although he was sweating profusely, he could only retreat involuntarily. Another terrifying giant tentacle appeared. This time, it was in front of the devil's snare ship. With the power of this tentacle, if it wrapped around the devil's snare ship or smashed it head-on, there would only be one result. Huge tentacles continued to appear. There were already 4 of them surrounding the devil's snare ship. A powerful attack was about to be launched. Even if this ship had the ability to fly, it would not be able to escape the disaster. Strina looked desperate as she hugged the trembling Adeline tightly. At this moment, a figure shining with starlight suddenly appeared in the sky. A voice, mixed with some kind of special power, spread far away. Respected blood octopus family powerhouse, I accidentally broke into Sir's territory kingdom. Please forgive our offense. Chinrue's voice was permeated with the spirit power of the analytical eyes, which penetrated straight into the bottom of the sea. The moment the tentacle appeared just now, the analytical eyes had already given the data. Race: blood-striped, demonic octopus, mutated, comprehensive strength assessment, unable to judge. Analysis: extremely dangerous. Unable to judge meant that this enemy had surpassed the level of demon overlord. He was definitely not someone that he could defeat now. The movement of the tentacle suddenly paused. It seemed to be silent for a moment. Then the devil's snare ship shook and slowly rose. It turned out that the bottom had been arched high by a tentacle. At the same time, the waves were parted, and a giant figure emerged from the water. This was a huge figure the size of a small mountain. Its entire body was dark red with a faint hint of green. From the parts of its body outside the water surface, it looked somewhat like an octopus. Its body had many red beads that looked like eyes, and its huge, wriggling mouth revealed ferocious organs and layers of sharp teeth. It was a chilling sight to behold. Except for the horror movies in the previous life, it was the first time that Chinrue saw such a terrifying and huge monster in reality. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. It was just that he was no longer a rookie who had just entered the demon realm. Although he was horrified, his spirit power tried to control his fluctuating emotions and slowly landed on the deck. The red beads that seemed to be the eyes of the giant beast locked onto Chinrue's body. Even Strina at the back couldn't help but tremble under this invisible, terrifying pressure. Chinrue tried his best to remain calm and bowed to the giant beast, Aguile. Beelzebub greets Sir. The 7 royal families were definitely not unknown in the demon realm. They could more or less be used as a background for negotiation. Moreover, Chinrue had the god-eating mask and the gravity given by the Earth Elemental King, so it was not difficult to fake this identity. Above the beast's mouth, a piece of blood-red skin began to twist and contort, forming a human face. At first glance, the facial features were no different from those of a normal person, but there were 3 vertical eyes on the forehead, which looked very strange. You should call me Black Sea God. However, you can see through my true body at a glance. Before I grant you death, I should at least praise your eyesight. The human face let out a metallic sound. The clanging sound caused the surrounding seawater to ripple slightly. Dear Sir, I can feel the powerful power of this kingdom, but the faith power in it seems to be too mottled. These sea beasts are driven more out of fear than out of faith in, Sir. Chinrue's words were by no means nonsense. He had more than one pillar of faith in the super system, so he naturally knew the power of faith. If he relied on analytical eyes to see through the giant beast's race previously, then this sentence directly hit the key point of the Black Sea God. The 5 eyes of the giant beast's human face lit up with a terrifying red light at the same time. What do you want to say? Do you want me to praise your eyesight again before you die? Or do you want me to keep your eyes as a collection? Chinrue felt his heart pounding. He took a deep breath with determination and said unhurriedly, I only want to express one meaning. If Sir is only at this level, then you may not be able to surpass the existence behind me to grant me death. The existence behind? The eyes of the giant beast's human face fell on Chinrue's Royal Star Transformation Armor. He seemed to be thinking about something, and he suddenly roared, "Even if you are a follower of a certain existence, this is the Dead Sea. This is the Black Sea. It is my kingdom. No one can stop me from devouring a tiny ant like you." The surrounding seawater turned into a huge whirlpool because of this roar, as if the giant beast was the ruler of the world. Even a breath could trigger great power. Adeline had lost her voice. She was just trembling in Strina's arms. Strina's heart was also full of tension and fear. After all, the Black Sea god was the ruler who enslaved the Naga tribe for many years. Facing the power of the giant beast, Chinrue really calmed down and shook his head. "You are wrong, Sir Sea God. I don't know if every demigod powerhouse has the ability to tear space, but it is certain that the existence behind me has this power. I don't know if Sir has heard of Mountain Secret?" The giant beast's human face's expression stagnated slightly. It uttered a name at the same time with the huge mouth below. "Satan!" This overlapping sound was like the collision of gold and iron, making everyone's eardrums buzz. More importantly, Chinrue keenly felt a trace of fear in the giant beast's tone. It seems that Satan still has this kind of prestige. I have to rely on my power to intimidate others. While the other party's mind hadn't completely changed, Chinrue took the opportunity to take out a red badge. It was engraved with a strange pattern. It seemed to be a snake. "Sir Sea God, this badge should be able to prove that what I said is the truth." The 5 eyes of the giant beast stared at the snake-patterned badge tightly. After a moment of silence, the badge in Chinrue's hand disappeared again. He saluted respectfully. "This time I was ordered to go to the hidden Misty Island, but I accidentally entered Sir's kingdom. I sincerely apologize for this. Please do me a favor, Sir. I am willing to do my best to pay the corresponding wealth or treasures as Sir's compensation." Satan was scheming and mysterious. He was by no means a subordinate who would come and go at his beck and call. Chinrue was also very afraid of that guy. If he really summoned him, Chinrue himself could not predict what would happen. Perhaps there would be worse results. Therefore, after hinting to the giant beast about his strong backing, he immediately showed a humble and friendly attitude. Sure enough, the giant beast nodded after thinking for a while. "If your compensation can satisfy me, I can let you live, but the rest must stay, especially the Naga with the faith imprint." Chinrue faintly guessed that the so-called main sacrifice imprint should be condensed from the Naga's faith power. The giant beast could devour it to enhance the faith power. This was the truth of the Naga tribe's sea sacrifice. Strina was shocked when she heard this. She didn't know where the courage came from. She shouted, "Sir Sea God, please let him go. I'm willing to replace my sister." "Humph. You killed a lot of my believers, so you should die anyway." The giant beast said sternly, "This guy with the armor of faith may have a chance of survival, but all of you will die." Chinrue looked back at the desperate Naga sisters and frowned. "Sir, they are all my crew members. I definitely can't reach the hidden Misty Island alone. Can my compensation cover my crew members?" Hidden Misty Island? The giant beast's face stared at Chinrue for a moment, and his eyes gradually narrowed. "If I really want to let you live, I will let you get out of the Black Sea. When did I say that you are allowed to go to the hidden Misty Island? What's more, I haven't decided whether to let you go or not." Chinrue frowned even tighter. The giant beast's face suddenly showed a strange smile. "I don't understand why Satan sent you into the Black Sea. I don't understand, even if Satan's believers can have such a powerful armor of faith, then his own power should be quite close to that legendary realm. Why did he only send an ant like you? Or should I call you the inheritor of the Dark Dragon Emperor?" Chinrue finally looked moved. I didn't expect the Black Sea god to be so meticulous. He actually saw through my deception so quickly. What was even more surprising was the phrase "inheritor of the Dark Dragon Emperor" from the giant beast's mouth. The treasure recorded on this treasure map was actually related to the Black Dark Dragon Emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. In that case, what was the relationship between this demigod-level, blood-striped, demonic octopus, the Black Dark Dragon Emperor, and this treasure? Chapter 605. Black Sea God saw the change in Shinrue's face, and he showed a deep smile. I'm suddenly a little interested in the compensation you proposed previously. Perhaps this can be the only way for you and your crew to survive. Facing the giant beast who saw through his plan, Shinrue anxiously thought of countermeasures while using delaying tactics. Sir is a discerning person. You should be able to see the authenticity of that snake pattern badge. Black Sea God's smile became cold. Don't think that I'm really afraid of that Satan. If it weren't for this dam placed to my territory kingdom. Shinrue's eyes turned, and his expression became more humble. He bowed again and said, Sir really has a keen eye. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Actually, I have nothing to do with Satan. I don't know what kind of compensation I have to give to satisfy Sir. Treasure. The Black Sea God shouted, I don't know what kind of existence is behind you, but you should be the successor of the Dark Dragon Emperor. I'm not greedy. Just half of the treasures is enough, and there are a few things I must get. We can sign a related equality contract, provided that your body can still bear the contract. Unfortunately, I can't sign a second contract. By the way, can't a demigod powerhouse cancel the contract? Black Sea God frowned. A demigod powerhouse can carry more than one contract, but they can't cancel the contract with a third party. They can only control their own contract. Only contracts with lower strength can be cancelled. Only one contract of the same kind can be signed. These are the most basic common sense. You actually don't know? So that's how it is. Shinrue looked enlightened. Then my strength is far inferior to Sir. Even if I give up the original contract and sign this contract, Sir may still cancel it? Tearing up the contract requires a considerable price. If your compensation can satisfy me, then it is a win-win situation. I naturally won't do stupid things. Black Sea God said coldly, This is already the most generous condition I can give you. Refuse or die, you make a choice now. Sir's generosity is comparable to the brilliance of the two moons. Shinrue suddenly smiled. It's just that I'm curious why Sir doesn't let me sign a master-servant contract. Isn't Sir not even afraid of Satan? Why would he care about the existence behind me? Perhaps it was as Master had said, only one contract of the same type could be signed? In that case, can I understand that you have already signed a master-servant contract with a certain existence, and you are the passive party? The expression on the man's face finally changed. Shinrue continued, Even if you didn't say that, since Sir's territory kingdom is restricted in this sea, why haven't you left for so many years? I made a bold guess. Milord had no choice, right? In other words, among the few things that you need from the treasury, there is one that is crucial for you to break free from certain shackles. Black Sea God's face and huge mouth roared at the same time, and the surrounding waves blasted out tens of meters high water columns, and the entire sea was trembling. Shinrue did his best to control his mind to resist this terrifying might, but his heart became calmer and calmer. He knew that his speculations had hit the beast's weak spot, although it was unlikely that the other party would get angry out of humiliation. He still prepared the god-eating mask and the star diversion skill, just in case. My lord, you're a discerning person. I'll tell you the truth. Satan and I are actually in a cooperative relationship. That's why I'm able to possess the snake emblem. It's just that I don't really want to summon this troublesome partner, because I don't want to share some benefits with others, but once my interests are fundamentally affected, I can only reluctantly part with it. Finally, to remind Sir, I have some inconspicuous skills. Even if I don't summon Satan, it's not a problem to escape, even in Sir's kingdom. The last sentence made the beast's momentum become more fierce. Shinrue shrugged. In fact, I am really interested in the win-win that Sir mentioned previously. Perhaps this is the only basis for our equal cooperation. I believe that both Sir and I will have satisfactory gains by then." These words implied coercion and temptation. It was almost returning the beast's previous words back to him. The beast gradually regained its calmness. If it was before, Chinrue's threat would have made it fall out long ago. But after everything was analyzed, it had to consider more things. This guy has the pass to the Dark Dragon Emperor's treasure. That special breath was discovered when he first entered the Territory Kingdom. Otherwise, why would he mobilize so many people just for the Naga's sacrifice? "I can give up the treasure, but I have 2 conditions. First, destroy the contract pillar that binds me. Second, find a purple soul crystal ball and give it to me intact." Black Sea God pondered for a moment and finally said his conditions. "You must sign a contract with me. Otherwise, I would rather give up the hope of freedom and destroy you completely now." Chinrue understood Black Sea God's concerns. If he didn't sign the contract, it was impossible to let him leave. In this way, the goal of this trip was not only the origin fragment of darkness, but also the treasure of the Dragon Emperor. The best result was that the origin fragment was in the treasure. He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter what, it was a good result to be able to pass through this hidden misty sea safely. "Okay, however, if I help you achieve these 2 things, you must promise me an additional condition. I haven't thought about this condition yet, but I am sure that it will not harm you." Black Sea God agreed without hesitation. Anyway, if this condition was too harsh, he could pay a certain price to tear up the contract. With a thought, Chinrue channeled the power of spiritual link, and a glowing contract appeared in front of Black Sea God. Black Sea God looked at the contract and attached his soul imprint on it. Chinrue also did the same. The contract turned into 2 golden lights and submerged into their bodies. There was an A-level link in the equal link in the link. The name was Red Mantis, followed by the content of the contract. It was marked with a hint of "can be cut off, can be cancelled," which meant that Chinrue also only needed to pay a certain amount of aura to unilaterally cancel this contract. The name of this big octopus is Red Mantis, not the legendary octopus Emperor Paul in my previous life. Chinrue smiled slightly. "Master Red Mantis, I think our cooperation will be very pleasant." The face of the giant beast seemed to be surprised. "How do you know my name?" "These are just trivial details. Don't worry too much. What I want to ask is, since we have signed the contract, should I lead my crew to leave? If possible, I hope Master Red Mantis can help guide the way to the hidden Misty Island." Red Mantis pondered for a while. "If you want to continue to move forward, you will face at least 2 more tests. Although those guys are far less powerful than me, it will definitely not be easy for you with your strength. The hidden Misty Island you are going to is one of them. Due to some restrictions, I can't tell you too much. Be firm and not afraid of death. Of course, you still need some luck here. Even if it is just a little bit, it is crucial. From here to the south, you can reach the hidden Misty Island in about 3 to 4 days. I can send you there without any obstacles along the way. However, after you get there, you can only rely on yourself." As King Octopus said, the face glanced at Adeline faintly. The 5 eyes flickered slightly. The main sacrifice imprint on Adeline's head gradually disappeared, and the crew who fell into the water was automatically sent to the Devil's Snare ship. They sailed south at an unprecedented speed through the wind and waves. When the Devil's Snare ship completely disappeared from sight, a look of horror appeared on the huge face. "Who the hell is this guy?" The rule power of this contract is actually completely above demigod. It is even above the Dragon Emperor contract. Could it be? Chinrue didn't know that the spiritual link of the super system had brought a huge shock to King Octopus. After passing this level, his tense body suddenly relaxed. Only then did he realize that the clothes under the star armor were soaked in cold sweat. To be honest, negotiating with such a gigantic and terrifyingly powerful monster could only be described as unscientific in the original world. But in this world, it really happened, even if it was equally unscientific. Chinrue's gaze fell on Adeline. Ms. Adeline, remember what I said? Never give up hope. Thank you, Sir Guile. Adeline nodded with an innocent smile. Her main sacrifice imprint had been eliminated by Red Centipede, and the burden that had been suppressed in her heart had also disappeared. She seemed to be much more relaxed. All the Nagas who had survived the disaster came to Chinrue and saluted him together. Even Strina put down her former arrogance. Let alone strength, Strina admitted that she was far inferior to Chinrue's calmness in the face of a demigod powerhouse. Previously, Black Sea God asked Chinrue to keep Adeline and the others. He could completely give up on them, but he did not do so, so the Nagas were sincerely grateful to Chinrue. Chinrue accepted the salute of the Nagas without being polite or pretentious. He said with a smile, "Our journey is still long, crew. Strina, I have consumed too much power. I need to rest for a day or two. During this time, you will be in command." Strina knew that it was impossible to return to the Thunder Snake Archipelago for the time being. Moreover, if Chinrue could really complete the contract with Red Centipede, it meant that the Black Sea God who had enslaved the Nagas for many years would leave this place that imprisoned him, and the Naga tribe would also gain true freedom. Whether for official or private reasons, this trip must be made. The female Naga warrior's green eyes showed respect for the first time. "It's my honor, Sir Captain." Chinrue only then completely relaxed and entered the cabin. This time, he used the Royal Star transformation to survive. One thing made Chinrue a little uneasy was that there were not many faith crystals left. After Shura devoured the Wheel of Hera in the White Feather Estate that day, his faith power seemed to be seized by some special force. The daily faith crystals were greatly reduced. In the battle of the Deep Blue Palace of the Water Elementals, Shura woke up again, and the speed of faith crystals was even slower. Recently, he used the Royal Star transformation more frequently, so the accumulated faith crystals were already stretched. In total, it was only enough for 2 times. Obviously, it was Shura's doing. As long as the stubborn and mysterious enemy existed, Chinrue would not be able to live in peace. However, whether it was the previous star class evolution or the refined mind test, he could not completely eliminate Shura. This time, Shura's awakening was not simple. Especially, he also displayed the strange power to contend against the 3 elemental kings, which was far above Chinrue's own power. Chinrue had a hunch that the biggest test was coming. Chapter 606. When Chinrue woke up from the recovery period of the Royal Star transformation, the Devil's Snare ship was only about a day away from the hidden Misty Island. The Devil's Snare ship suffered a certain degree of damage in the previous battle. Fortunately, there were a lot of materials in Chinrue's storage warehouse. Under the efforts of the Sandmen, it was basically repaired, and all kinds of energy were replenished. One day later, the mysterious hidden Misty Island finally appeared in front of everyone. This island was a little smaller than the Thundersnake Island. It looked a bit like a horseshoe. There was a thick mist in a radius of tens of kilometers. It was almost impossible to see anything. The name of the hidden Misty Island was indeed worthy of its name. If it weren't for Adeline's special spirit sensing, she might not be able to find the exact location even if she was close to this area. Thinking of the legendary magical herbs on the island, Strina was full of expectations. What happened back then had been her worry for many years. She could no longer return the talent of 6 swords art to Adeline, but she must try to cure her sister's eyes. Considering the previous warning of King Octopus, Chinrue directed the ship to carefully bypass the nearby reef and chose a shoal near the shore of the island. At this time, there were still 3 days before the rendezvous deadline mentioned by the Dark Elemental King. The scope of this island was not small. He didn't know if the Dark Elemental King who was on the airship had arrived. Behind the shoal was a dense forest. Shinrue put away the Devil's Snare ship and let the crew camp and rest on the shore. He took Dodo, a dark elemental and a water elemental, to explore the forest to find the whereabouts of the dark elemental king. Strina wanted to go together, but considering that she was the second combat force here, Adeline and the crew needed protection, so she stayed. Shinrue cautiously explored the jungle with the three of them. This jungle was very large and the mist was extremely thick. Fortunately, the water elementals had the power to control water elements. The mist became much thinner wherever they passed. There were many unknown strange plants growing in the jungle. Even the plant gourmet Dodo with bloodline memory couldn't name them. However, the slime had learned his lesson of gluttony a few times before, so he didn't dare to run around this time. He followed his master's footsteps closely. He just tasted some fruits along the way. This exploration did not find any enemies. It was unimpeded all the way, but Shinrue noticed one thing. Despite the lush greenery, there was no living animal in the entire jungle. There was a strange atmosphere of dead silence. Seeing that it was getting late, for the sake of caution, Shinrue planned to exit the forest from the original path. However, at that moment, the forest underwent a strange change. He actually couldn't find the way back. The entire direction was messy. The more he retreated, the deeper he went into the forest. Shinrue immediately stopped, and his body flew up into the air. The strange thing was that the woods lingering in the mist grew as he rose, always surrounding him. How could Shinrue not know that something was wrong with this forest? He quickly condensed his strength and was ready to attack the enemy that appeared at any time. He suddenly saw Dodo and the two water elementals still walking out in three directions in a daze. He quickly shouted, "Don't walk around. Gather together first." Although his voice was loud, Dodo and the two water elementals continued to walk forward as if they didn't hear it. Dodo looked very happy. He jumped up and down. Sometimes he opened his mouth wide, and sometimes he lay on the ground with his legs crossed. The expressions of the two elementals were different. The water elemental shouted loudly in horror, but he didn't hear any sound. The other dark elemental was sleepy. He almost fell to the ground while walking. Shinrue was secretly shocked. Analytical eyes did not show any abnormal enemy traces, so he immediately flew toward Dodo carefully. However, no matter how he flew, he always kept a fixed distance from Dodo, who was close at hand. He couldn't get close, as if the slime was a circle center. No matter how hard he tried, he could only circle around the center of the circle. Unknown spirit power invasion detected. Do you want to convert it into aura? There was a warning from the super system. Shinrue suddenly woke up. He thought of the encounter in the ancient alchemy civilization's fortress, and he blurted out, "Illusion!" Shinrue's spirit power had reached the S+ level of the peak stage of the demon overlord, but he was not alert to this illusion at all. Even after the super system converted the invading spirit power into aura and absorbed it, the scene in front of him still did not change. It was the first time he saw such a powerful illusion. Is it a real illusion, or the power of the territory kingdom? With a thought, the god-eating mask had already appeared on his face, and he immediately launched the god-eating skill. In an instant, the mouth of the mask was like a whale sucking in water, swallowing all the nearby mist. This was the special ability of the god-eating mask: devour all spirit power, magic power, and soul attacks. Sure enough, after the mist disappeared, the forest seemed to have returned to its original state. This time, Shinrue did not go around with Dodo. He reached out and grabbed the slime. "Bold servant, how dare you disturb Master Dodo's meal?" Master Slime, who was still immersed in a wonderful illusion, frowned. As he was about to scold the servant, his head was knocked heavily. When he woke up, he realized it was his master. He quickly said flatteringly, "Master, I found the enemy's logistics warehouse. In order to effectively attack the enemy, I know. Your humblest servant did not hesitate to risk being blown up to eat all their food." It seemed that the slime had not completely woken up from the dream of going deep into the enemy's territory to steal food. But Chinrue didn't have time to explain too much. The two elementals also returned to normal. Perhaps because of the god-eating mask, they did not encounter similar illusions along the way. The group quickly withdrew from the forest to the shallows. As soon as they came to the shallows, they saw Strina leading the Nagas in a defensive formation as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They surrounded the tent stationed outside. "Captain, you are finally back. Are you okay?" The arrival of Chenrue made Strina happy. "I encountered some situations, but it has been resolved." Chenrue frowned slightly. "Strina, did something happen here?" Strina nodded solemnly. "After we stationed here, we arranged for a Naga and a water elemental to patrol nearby, but they didn't return for a long time. When I took people to look for them, I found their corpses on the beach on the other side. Their deaths were very strange. There were no traces of fighting around them, and there were no scars on their bodies. Captain, look." Chinrue followed Strina to the open space on the side. The two corpses were really in a weird posture, as Strina said. One of the water elementals, Lantra, stepped forward and looked at the corpses of his people with a strange expression. Serguile, judging from Lendila's death, it seems that he was burned to death by the power of flame. He should have encountered an enemy who is proficient in the power of fire elements. The strange thing is that there are no traces of flame burns on his body. Chinrue looked suspiciously at the melted corpses of the water elementals. After 24 hours of death, the water elementals would automatically turn into water and evaporate. The Naga's corpse on the side did not have this kind of change. The Naga's expression before death looked very frightened. His snake body curled up as if he was frozen to death. Similarly, there was no real frostbite on his body. Adeline said that she faintly sensed that there was a dangerous and special power peeping at us, so I asked the Nagas to be on guard for battle at any time. Chinrue frowned tightly, showing a thoughtful look. Fire? Freezing? An enemy with powerful magic power? But there are no scars on the surface of the skin. Could it be that the fire or ice is burned from the heart? He suddenly thought of a report he read in his previous life about brain consciousness and hallucinations. A man was mistakenly locked in the freezer, where frozen food was stored. As a result, his body was found the next day. From the looks of it, he was frozen to death. However, the strange thing was that the freezer did not cool down that day. It was a relatively normal temperature, which was not enough to kill him. After research, scientists found that the man should have thought that he would definitely freeze to death in the low temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. As a result, this subjective consciousness produced the illusion that he was getting colder and colder, causing his brain activity to stop, and finally he really died. Thinking of the powerful illusion he encountered in the woods previously, Chinrue finally understood. It must be like this. The power that Adeline mentioned must have the super ability to manipulate illusions and souls. It can use illusions to cause the death of souls. The water elementals were burned to death, while the Nagas were frozen to death. There were no wounds on the surface. No wonder Octopus King Red Pipit said, "Firm faith." It is aimed at this guy who controls illusions. Only by using strong spirit power to defeat illusions can I get rid of the danger. Although the power of the god-eating mask is very targeted, it can only be used once in the jungle. The next time can only be used after 7 days. Moreover, the opponent's whereabouts are mysterious. Even analytical eyes can't detect it, most likely remote control, which is beyond the sensing range of analytical eyes. At present, I can only be cautious and guard against it. After meeting with the Dark Elemental King, I will try to deal with or get rid of this enemy. A ring appeared on Chenrue's finger. It was the first gift that Jia gave him back then, the secret treasure of the Lucifer royal family, Darkwill. It could resist various spirit power intrusions to a certain extent. It could also launch a random teleportation skill once a day. This ring saved Chunrue's life several times in the beginning. As his strength grew, the ring's role became less and less. It was more of a precious souvenir. Wearing this ring now, he seemed to see the gentleness contained in those cold, purple eyes again. He couldn't help but feel warm. In addition to the dark will, the God-eating mask could be immune to all soul manipulation. With the combination of the two and the super system, Chunrue was not afraid, but Strina and the crew were in danger. Moreover, he didn't know if the opponent had other attack abilities besides illusions, so he must not take it lightly. Chunrue said his speculation. The enemy has a terrifying ability to manipulate souls and minds. We are currently in a passive position. We can only be on guard when we can't take the initiative to attack. It's going to be dark soon, and the situation is likely to get worse. Lantra, you are responsible for burying the corpses. Strina, you distribute these food, then arrange the candidates for the night guard. Both of us will lead the team. I will be the first half of the night, and you will be the second half of the night. I will now go to the camp area to set up the protective magic circle, hoping to survive the night test safely. The water elementals and the female Naga warriors showed solemn expressions and nodded seriously. Chapter 607. Late at night, the purple moonlight shone on the tents on the shoal of the island, elongating the shadow of the vigilant female Naga warrior. Strina was a typical Naga warrior. Her physique and strength were strong, and her speed was also very fast. Her spirit power was relatively weak, but she also reached S in Chunrue's analytical eyes. At present, she had extended her perception power to pay attention to possible situations at any time. Adeline didn't know what method the mist used. Adeline only felt that a trace of her soul seemed to be pulled out of her body, and her consciousness drifted around with the mist. I'm your sister, Strina. I made this harp with you when you were 12 years old. That, Adeline asked hesitantly, is there really a herb to treat my eyes on the hidden misty island? Strina looked surprised. Adeline, how come you don't even know me? The sensitive Adeline noticed her sister's mood, and she said considerately, Sister, what happened back then was not all your fault. Besides, it has been so long. Don't take it to heart anymore. The mist gradually became thicker and surrounded the various tents. Judging from the appearance, it should be her sister, Strina, but the Naga girl's face showed an unusually frightened look. Strina gently touched her hair. Don't worry, it was just a small situation just now. The enemy should have retreated. What a naive hope! The mist sneered disdainfully. Wait until you go with me to see if those poor guys can still say such ridiculous words. Adeline, are you okay? Don't let your sister worry. Watching Chunrue enter the magic tent, Strina perked up and carefully paid attention to the changes around her. However, what Chunrue and the female Naga warrior did not notice was that there were still a few wisps of mist that had been torn apart several times previously. After passing through layers of obstacles, although it was extremely thin, it quietly crossed the range of the crystal pillar and approached the tent. No, stop. The girl closed her eyes in pain and covered her ears, but she couldn't stop her perception. Who are you? The fog at night was especially thick, especially near the water. It was almost impossible to see anything when the fog spread out. This environment made Strina, who was guarding outside the tent, more vigilant. As an experienced warrior, she understood that such a fog was the best cover for the enemy. The more tired they were in the middle of the night, the more vulnerable they were to be attacked. She immediately ordered several Nagas to stay alert to prevent the enemy's surprise attack. The mist permeated through the engravings on the ground and began to corrode the crystal pillar step by step. The engravings on the crystal pillar immediately flickered and changed. They were like nimble snakes swimming and circling around the pillar, calling out to each other from afar. They interweaved into an invisible force field, and the mist was completely torn apart by the force field. There were many of these spheres, and they covered a large area. looking from near to far. They were actually twinkling stars. Of course I remember. Strina's eyes showed softness. At that time my talent was not good. I was often punished by my mother. Every time you played the harp to relieve my boredom. I'm honored to accept these complimentary words. Strina's tone changed and her form changed quickly. She turned into a hazy mist. You can actually see through the illusion that even demon overlord can't resist at a glance. You are indeed a rare soul body. However, I don't know if your sister has such a strange spirit talent like you. Strina was a little emotional. She hugged her sister tightly. Adeline, don't worry, I will definitely cure your eyes. The previous changes in the engravings had not alarmed Chenrue. Now that the crystal pillar flashed, he immediately sensed it in the magic tent. His figure flashed, and he appeared outside the tent. Sometimes, being awake was far more terrifying than sleeping. Let's go to this guy's illusion to take a look. The white mist said faintly. Adeline felt that the surrounding scenery had changed, and she had come to a strange scene. The rest of the Nagas seemed to turn a blind eye to this. They fell into a strange state, either talking to themselves or falling asleep on the ground. Not only your sister, but everyone is controlled by me. The mist laughed grimly. If you are willing to completely dedicate your body and soul, I can let them live. This was an unprecedented space. There was a huge and dazzling sphere in the center. There were many spheres of different sizes and colors around it. They rotated around the huge and dazzling sphere in a strange rhythm. In the centermost tent, Adeline lay quietly on the bedding with the golden harp beside her. The girl's sleeping face was as quiet as a baby. Suddenly, the girl's eyes opened hazily as she felt that there was a figure in front of her. Now, it's time to see the Sir Captain who gave you hope. The white mist smiled playfully. It seems that you still have a little good impression of this guy who saved you? I think you will see more interesting things that way. From that moment on, emotions such as shame, self-blame, and pain lingered in Strina's heart. She vowed to protect her sister for life. Adeline would definitely die in the sea sacrifice this time. After she tried her best to stop it, she desperately sneaked into the sacrificial ship. Adeline ignored her. She just desperately pushed her companions in the tent. But those companions seemed to be asleep. They couldn't wake up no matter how she shook them. Chenrue previously spent a lot of effort in the refinery using the time rule to create the protective array. In addition, he didn't sleep in the first half of the night, so he really felt very tired. He immediately nodded. Okay, but don't relax. This is probably just the enemy's test. If the pillar turns red or even breaks, wake me up immediately. Who the hell are you? Adeline stepped back in fear and accidentally knocked down the harp. If it weren't for the refinery of the super system and the magical time rule, even if Chenrue's level had reached the level of a senior master, he would not be able to complete this set of things in such a short time. And, with sister by my side, I'm not afraid. Adeline leaned against Strina. Do you remember when I was a child? I was timid and my eyes couldn't see. I often needed you to guard me with a knife before I dared to fall asleep. Shortly after Chenrue went back to rest, the crystal pillar glowed again and gradually recovered. After going back and forth a few times, it seemed to have calmed down without any abnormalities. Next, her eyes seemed to have healed. She witnessed the danger of her companions falling into the illusion. If it weren't for her special spirit power, she would think it was a dream. Strina replied without hesitation, Of course. Strina was paying attention to the movements around her. She saw the central tent was opened and a figure came out. It was actually her sister, Adeline. Strina looked at Chenrue, who was woken up several times, and she said apologetically, It seems that the enemy will not appear tonight. You are also very tired. Hurry up and go to rest. If anything happens, I will call you. Then, sister, can you take me to find it? Adeline asked in surprise. The enemy is more difficult to deal with than imagined. There was a spirit power invasion just now, but it was resolved by the protective array. Be careful. Adeline's heart tightened. What did you do to my sister? Strina looked at the familiar figure who kept waving at her in front. Without thinking much, she walked straight toward the mist ahead. Okay. As soon as Strina agreed, she felt that something was wrong. It seemed that she had forgotten the most important thing. She couldn't help but show hesitation. Sister, I'm here. Hurry up. While speaking, the white mist floated into the magic tent where Chen Rue was with the girl's consciousness. However, this set of protective array was not omnipotent. At present, the enemy was in the dark while I was in the light, so I must not let down my guard. I can only adapt to the situation while being cautious. Adeline shook her head. You can't lie to me. Even if your appearance and voice are exactly the same as my sister, and you even peep into the past from my mind, you are definitely not my sister. I can feel that your soul is full of fierceness, greed, and evil. Gusts of night wind gradually blew the mist closer. When the mist approached the engravings on the ground near the tent, it was blocked by an invisible force. However, after the mist lingered for a while, it began to slowly penetrate into the engravings like pieces of sand, silently filling and covering the engravings. The illusion of Viguel is actually such a bright, starry sky. Okay. Strina nodded and walked straight out of the tent. After walking out of the range of the crystal pillar, she didn't see Adeline beside her. She regained her consciousness slightly. As soon as she realized something, she heard Adeline's voice in front. Adeline looked a little scared. Sister, I feel like something is calling me. I'm a little scared. Strina's eyes flashed with a strange confidence. She said firmly, Legend has it that there are countless incredible magical plants here. There must be herbs to treat the eyes. Those pillars flickered for a while just now, but I didn't find the enemy. Adeline lowered her head gloomily. Sister, don't you want to cure my eyes? Around the camp, there were crystal pillars inlaid with strange runes. They formed a 3-layer circle that surrounded several tents. There were also mysterious engravings faintly on the ground around the pillars. These were the protective arrays arranged by Chen Rue. They had a powerful protective effect and could resist the erosion of spirit power. They combined the mystery of dragon inscription and ancient runes. The second half of the night was the time for Strina to guard. In fact, facing the unknown dangers around her, she did not sleep well. She just forced herself to rest for a while. Sister is so nice. Then let's go now. Adeline took Strina's arm and smiled innocently. What's the situation? Chen Rue asked Strina. At the mention of talent, the brilliance in Strina's eyes suddenly dimmed. Although she worked very hard in the past, she made slow progress due to aptitude problems. She was far behind her sister, who suffered from my disease. Later, she wanted to rely on her sister's perception to go to the hidden Misty Island to find the legendary magical herbs to improve her aptitude. So she encouraged her sister to go to the hidden Misty Island in the name of treating her eyes. As a result, she almost died on the way. In the end, Adeline saved her and transferred the most precious talent of the Six-Blade School to her selfish sister in an incredible way. I won't believe you, and I won't give up hope. Adeline subconsciously touched the spirit crystal that she carried with her. They will definitely be able to defeat your illusion. Adeline, it's so late. Why don't you have a good rest? Chapter 608. In the bright starry sky, Chen Rue was suspended in it. He didn't have the brilliance and heat of the largest sphere, but he was the first thing people saw at a glance, as if he was the core of the entire galaxy territory. Adeline just looked at this magnificent starry sky a few times in surprise, and her attention was all on Chen Rue. She had been using her mind to feel and sense this strange man who saved her life and gave her confidence. It was the first time she looked at him with her eyes. Although that face was ordinary, it had a strange charm in the girl's eyes which made her feel at ease and trustworthy. The Naga girl's feelings were immediately seen through by the white mist, and she deliberately made a strange laugh. The stars in the sky are all balls like this? Illusions are born from the heart. This guy's weird fantasy is surprising. As a creative reward, I can reduce the pain of his soul before it is annihilated. No, Adeline pleaded. She had previously witnessed the torture and pain suffered by her companion in the illusion. She knew that the white mist's threat was by no means an empty threat. As long as you give me your body and soul without resistance, not only your companion can be relieved of pain, but this man and your sister can also be relieved. The white mist loomed a human figure with 2 blue eyes on its head. Its voice was full of temptation. Actually, you just merge with me. You will not die, and you will have great power. You don't want to be taken care of by your sister for a lifetime, right? You can use your power to protect the people you value. Adeline finally began to waver. The white mist had already seen through her biggest weakness. The girl was not afraid of sacrifice, but she couldn't let go of the people she valued. Using Strina or even Chen Rue to threaten her was much more effective than using her own life to threaten her. At this moment, a voice sounded. It turns out to be like this, Mirage. This race is really strange to me. The 2 blue lights on the white mist's head flickered violently. It was obviously an extreme shock. Then, Chenrue's eyes slowly opened and looked at him faintly. You're actually not confused? The white mist's voice was filled with disbelief. What is this place? Adeline had already cried out in surprise, Sir Aguile. Chenrue nodded to her. You seem to have forgotten our agreement. You shouldn't give up hope so quickly. For the people you value, you have given up more than your own hope. The Naga girl's eyes flashed with tears of joy. I'm sorry. Chenrue smiled slightly. Now is not the time to apologize. We need to have a good chat with this, Mr. Mirage. To be precise, it is the clone of the Mirage. Impossible. White Mist screamed. You're just a little demon emperor. How would you know this? Of course, Chenrue wouldn't say that the elemental king was able. Of course, Chenrue wouldn't say that it was judged by analytical eyes. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that you can't get out. Although it's just a clone, if it's destroyed, it will definitely cause a lot of damage to your real body. We might as sit and have a good talk, just Sir Red King, sir. Don't compare me with that stupid octopus. The white mist calmed down and smiled sinisterly. You still don't know the true power of the Mirage clan, right? Maybe you know a little spirit power trick. But if you want to play illusion in front of me, it's as ridiculous as a little apprentice showing off in front of a grandmaster. To me, this illusion is just a delicious meal. I will devour it now, and then devour your spiritual force and soul. After that, the figure in the white mist turned into a misty mist and spread toward the entire starry sky. However, the galaxy was endless. No matter how hard the mist tried, it was just a drop in the ocean. When it approached the largest star, the mist was like snowflakes encountering flames. It made a sizzling sound and evaporated most of it. Screams sounded one after another. This is not an illusion. Demon God above, what the hell is this place? It can actually hurt and imprison me. The mist reassembled into a human figure, and it seemed to be much thinner. It was obviously seriously injured just now. Chenrue shrugged. Maybe you can understand this place as a kingdom. To be more precise, it should be a universe. You actually have a territory kingdom. The mist was shocked again. By the way, this is the power of faith? Such a terrifying power of faith. How is this possible? Also, this form of territory kingdom. Could it be the legendary? Who are you? For a while, the Mirage's mind was confused. It had always used its talent and illusion to play with people's hearts, but now its mind was confused by the other party's words. I'm not interested in explaining anything. If Sir Mirage has no desire to continue talking, then... Chenrue opened his 5 fingers, and a huge black hole appeared in the void. The mist on the figure rushed toward the black hole involuntarily, but Adeline on the side was not affected at all. Wait a minute. The voice of the mist figure finally began to panic. The soul of this Naga girl is under my control. If you dare to destroy my clone, then I will destroy her soul too. Chen Rui's eyes were cold, and the suction of the black hole became stronger. The mist felt that its entire soul power was pulled by a terrifying force, and it was in danger of being completely devoured at any time. It said in shock and anger, "If you really don't care about her life and death, I will just abandon a trace of soul power of this clone. I will perish together with that girl." Adeline didn't righteously say things like, "Don't care about me," because that would make Chinrue more vulnerable to blackmail. She just said, "Sir Aguile, this mirage seems to have said before that I am some kind of soul body." Chinrue secretly praised the girl's intelligence. Previously, he personally heard that the mirage had threatened and tempted Adeline to dedicate her body and soul. It was originally because of the girl's special physique. In other words, the real reason why the mirage did not kill everyone was to get Adeline's body. It was likely that this body with special spirit power was very important to the mirage. It turns out to be like this. Chinrue smiled meaningfully. Damn it! The mirage finally became angry out of shame. You just mentioned the negotiation with the octopus. Then it must be related to the Dragon Emperor's treasure. I can let you pass through the hidden Misty Island. There is only one condition. Give me this girl with a spirit soul. Chinrue glanced at Adeline and found that there was no panic or worry in the girl's bright eyes that had recovered her vision. There was only a strange tranquility. "Adeline, do you believe me?" The girl suddenly didn't dare to look directly into his bright eyes. She just lowered her head and nodded. "Yes, from the moment Sir gave me hope." "I think you have already gotten an answer." "The Mirage clone." Chinrue said calmly to the Mirage. The Mirage was even angrier. "Very good. I don't want this soul clone anymore. I will fight you to the death. In the end, this soul body is still mine." Chinrue sneered. As he was about to speak, his expression suddenly stagnated. It seemed that some strange change had occurred. He then covered his head tightly as if he was in great pain. In this process, the entire universe space began to distort irregularly. Adeline was taken aback. As she was about to fly over, the distortion of the entire space had calmed down. Chinrue's hand that covered his head slowly loosened. His black pupils had turned blood red as he glanced at the Mirage. The Mirage didn't feel anything when facing Chinrue previously. Now that he just glanced at it, it actually had an instinctive fear from the depths of its soul. Adeline clearly felt that something special had happened to Aguile, but she couldn't tell what it was for a while. She asked, "Sir Aguile, are you okay?" I'm fine. I've never been better." Chinrue showed a strange smile. "Is it that no matter what happens, you are willing to choose to believe me?" Adeline bit her lip gently and nodded. In the blink of an eye, Chinrue had already flashed in front of her. He gently held the girl's chin, and his smile was even more bewitching. "Very good, a very interesting toy." This action made Adeline's face blush, but Chinrue's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of the Mirage. The distance was very close, scaring the Mirage. "Look what I found. A Mirage that plays with spirit power tricks. You dare to be so rude to me, Sir Letman, I will definitely." The Mirage's voice was a little fierce in appearance. "Even if you are about to nationalize, you are just a weak Mirage. There seems to be a kind of imprisonment power in your soul breath. No wonder you have to use the soul body to escape. I remember the taste of the Mirage's soul is quite wonderful. Don't worry, I will completely free you. Don't try to hide. Anyway, with the imprisonment power, you can't run away. My delicacy." The covetous look in Chinrue's red eyes made the Mirage tremble because of real fear. Chinrue, who saw all this, smiled even more. "By the way, what did you want to say just now? I don't seem to have finished listening." The Mirage screamed in horror, and the misty figure suddenly burst apart. It actually detonated this clone automatically. At the same time that the Mirage clone disappeared, Adeline felt her mind shake. Aguile, the clone, and the starry sky disappeared at the same time. In a trance, she had already returned to the tent, and she returned to the state where she couldn't see. Everything that happened in the starry sky just now seemed to be a dream. Intuition told her that it was by no means a dream. Recalling a certain scene, the girl's cheeks couldn't help but heat up, but she quickly reacted and began to call her companions in the tent. However, no matter how she shouted or pushed, those companions were still unconscious. Adeline fumbled out of the tent nervously and shouted, "Sister, where are you?" After shouting a few times, she didn't get an answer from Strina. Thinking of the Mirage's previous words, Adeline's heart suddenly sank. She fumbled toward Chun Rue's magic tent. Halfway there, the girl's footsteps stopped as she heard a familiar voice. Adeline. There was a strong sense of exhaustion in this voice, as if she had gone through a tough battle. Adeline said quickly, "Sir Aguile, my sister, Strina has probably fallen into the hands of the Mirage." Chinrue frowned and looked at Adeline. "Let's go. Use your sensing power to find the Mirage and rescue Strina." Chapter 609. Adeline activated her perception and led Chinrue toward the jungle. Along the way, there was a rustling sound of the snake body, but it covered Chinrue's footsteps. When the girl thought of her snake body, she inexplicably felt a sense of inferiority with panic. But this mentality was quickly covered by the worry for her sister. She put away the distracting thoughts and began to sense the whereabouts of the Mirage with all her strength. Due to the soul body, the illusions that could affect Demon Overlord had no effect on Adeline. Instead, she could trace the source of the Mirage through this illusion. The white mist along the way became denser and denser. Chinrue's footsteps became slower and slower, and Adeline also slowed down. "Sir Aguile, I feel that there are layers of soul power intertwined in all directions. My perception is refracted by a special power. The real body of the Mirage seems to have disappeared." Oh, Chenrue's breathing was slightly rapid. It seemed that the scenes he encountered along the way were far more dangerous and complicated than the reality that Adeline felt. The power of the illusion mirror image. No wonder the attack is defended. It turns out to be like this. It seems that this guy's illusion is close to materialization. Chenrue's slightly red eyes glowed with a strange light. Although Adeline couldn't see it, she sensed something abnormal and asked, "Sir Aguile, I just thought of a very valuable thing. I will crack the Mirage's trick first." Chenrue raised his left hand, and a cluster of extremely pure, terrifying breath appeared in his 5 fingers, spreading to the surroundings. Adeline felt that the complex and ingenious reflection and refraction power were quickly penetrated by an unreasonable power. Then it was completely destroyed without a trace. This kind of power seems to be stronger than when facing the Black Sea God. The girl was surprised, but she mustered up her courage and asked, "Sir Aguile, can I ask a question?" "I seem to have guessed the question you want to ask." Chenrue's red eyes seemed to be able to see through the girl's mind. His smile was more playful. "No matter what I become, I will always be me. Are you willing to remain the same and unreservedly believe in this man who can bring you hope?" "My Lady Adeline." The last title made the Naga girl's face blush, and she let out an inaudible hum. Chinrue's red eyes shone with an evil light, and a red mark appeared on his fingertip. "Then accept this mark. You will obtain power that you never had before. Then we will have to speed up. I believe that it won't be long before we can save your sister." The girl's hesitation only lasted for a moment before she finally made up her mind and extended her hand towards the mark. In the horseshoe-shaped concave waters of the hidden misty island, a thick mist floated on the surface of the sea. It was no different from the mist that permeated the entire island. However, there was a sudden crisp sound of something shattering in the mist. like glass being shattered. Then the shape of the mist changed. Two huge shell shapes appeared faintly, and there were two faint blue lights flashing inside. The three clones' demonic mirror domains were instantly destroyed. What kind of existence is that? It's obviously weak, but it has such pure and terrifying power, as if it's the origin of destruction. The voice of the mist was shocked and angry. It's all this damn imprisonment land's fault. I can't exert the strongest power of the illusion kingdom at all. It would be great if I can get the body and soul of the soul body. No way. With the girl with the soul body, she will soon detect the whereabouts of my real body. I must move immediately. It's too late. A figure came from the mist in front of him without warning. The mirage was taken aback. A large amount of mist quickly exuded from its body, and its entire body merged into the mist. Before it could escape, it was surrounded by a terrifying force field. The mirage's body could ignore general substantial attacks, but this force field contained the origin power representing rule. As soon as it touched the edge, the mist rolled back like it was electrocuted. The contaminated place even made a sizzling sound. I have to say that this guy's analytical eyes is really useful. It should be said that it's mine. The figures of Chen Rue and the Naga girl appeared in the air. The nearby mist seemed to be disintegrated and disappeared quickly, leaving only the thickest mist of the mirage in the center. A big clamshell? It turns out that this is the appearance of the mirage. Speaking of it, this image is a bit similar to the image of a certain myth and legend in the original world of that guy. Chinrue commented calmly, as if he didn't take the mirage seriously at all. Don't be too self-righteous. The other party's contempt made the mirage roar angrily. A figure flashed in the mist, and a snake shadow shot out like lightning, rushing straight toward Chanrue. Sister. Adeline had sensed this familiar figure. It was the missing Strina. At this time, Strina's green eyes had turned blue. Her mind was obviously controlled by the mirage. The female Naga warrior's body was shining with golden light. The 6 blades in her hands turned into dazzling flames, intertwining into a sharp light net that wrapped toward Chanrue. It was a full blow without holding back. Chanrue spread out his hands, and the space around him began to distort irregularly. It contained a mysterious rhythm, and cracks began to appear in the space. As soon as the light net approached the cracks, it was sucked in. It disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Something even more bizarre happened. After a while, the light net appeared again in the crack and flew toward Strina herself. Although Strina's mind was controlled, her fighting instinct still existed. The 6 blades danced at high speed into a halo to protect her whole body. The moment the light net touched the halo, a sound similar to the collision of silk and metal sounded at the same time. As the light and shadow collapsed, the figure of the female Naga warrior flew out like a broken kite and fell straight into the sea. Sister, Adeline exclaimed. Don't worry, she just fainted. Chinrue said. He ignored the girl who rushed down to save her sister and walked toward the mirage, step by step in the air. Don't resist in vain. Surrender to me, and I can give you a chance to live or even leave here. Lowly Ant, you actually want me, a supremacy powerhouse, to surrender? Dream on. You have been imprisoned here for many years. You can't get soul power, so your strength has been greatly weakened. However, even if you can exert your full strength, that kind of mental trick is just a joke to me. Chinrue shook his head. You should be able to feel what the power I have represents. The mirage sneered. It's just a bit similar to the power of origin. Are you the reincarnation of a god? Although you can restrain me, your strength is much worse than me. If I go all out, I will die together at most. You don't know my true power at all. Chinrue smiled grimly. There was already a set of black armor on his body. The shape of the armor was ferocious. It was shining with a dark, gem-like luster. His momentum suddenly increased by dozens of times. This power was fine for the mirage, but the endless power of destruction contained in those blood-red eyes made it feel afraid to look directly at them. Chinrue, to be precise, it should be Shura, smiled indifferently. Just in this state, your so-called perishing together is impossible. I know you want to integrate the soul body to get rid of the imprisonment. This may be a condition of some kind of contract. The blue light in the two giant shells of the mirage shone brightly. Are you really willing to give me the soul body? But this must be the girl's full willingness. As long as she has a trace of resistance, I can't get a perfect fusion. For a believer, the highest faith can cover all thoughts. Shura's gaze fell on the girl in the sea below. Adeline had swum to the shore with the unconscious Strina in her arms. You mean she has? The Mirage's voice was obviously a little tempted, but it still said cautiously, I can consider your conditions, but I have to integrate this soul body first. Well, I'll take a step back and sign an equality contract with you first. I'll borrow the materialization ability in your illusion talent to build. Complete a small matter, then that girl is yours. Just the illusion talent. After getting an affirmative answer, the Mirage looked at the Naga girl below. The two blue lights shone with a greedy light. Adeline had already rescued Strina ashore. Strina was bounced back by her own big move. Her whole body was covered with terrifying blade marks. The more serious injury was on the soul. She was still unconscious, but fortunately, it did not seem to be life-threatening. Adeline was helping Strina heal the trauma when she suddenly felt the surrounding scene change drastically. The space she saw in the spiritual world of Aguil actually appeared. Amidst the faint mist, there was a resplendent starry sky that looked extremely magnificent. A figure appeared in the starry sky. It was another Chinrue wearing a star-like armor. As soon as he saw another self, he immediately shouted angrily, Shura! Very good. Mirage, your talent really surprises me. Shura's red eyes flashed with brilliance. Now that girl is yours. Remember our contract. Before I complete this task, you must maintain this illusory kingdom. The Mirage's two blue lights shone brightly. They turned into a thick mist that rolled toward Adeline below. Chinrue shouted. He instantly appeared in front of the Mirage. His hand turned into a blade and slashed down. However, Shura's figure appeared in front of the Mirage, and the blade slashed on the blue protective shield. A crack appeared on the protective shield, but it did not collapse. As Chinrue was about to continue to attack, a warning sign suddenly appeared behind him. He teleported away again. His original position was swept by two Aurora shot. It turned out that there was another Shura behind him. As soon as Chinrue stabilized his figure, a wave-like overlapping force had already rushed toward him. He could only take it head-on when he couldn't avoid it. His blood was in turmoil due to the continuous force. If he wasn't familiar with the characteristics of the multiple forces, he would have been severely injured by this blow. He saw the Shura suddenly split into three, surrounding him in a triangular formation. Haven't you always been uneasy about me devouring the Wheel of Hera? Three Shura laughed triumphantly at the same time. I can tell you responsibly that your worry has become a reality. Try to challenge three of yourself. In this illusion kingdom that is separated from the supersystem's territory, you no longer have the home field advantage. Maybe you can't even beat one. Below, the Mirage's mist had already flown in front of Adeline. The Naga girl's dim eyes had a little more sluggishness that she didn't usually have. She was clueless about the upcoming great danger. After the Mirage confirmed that Adeline had no resistance, the thick mist spread and wrapped the girl in it. Chapter 610. Star Explosion. Chenrue's roar sounded, and the stars in the sky had a feeling of shattering. Faced with the powerful force, the three Shuras had different reactions. A lot of strange distortions and cracks appeared in the space around one of them, absorbing the power of the explosion and reflecting it back to offset it. Another drew mysterious patterns that looked like water ripples with his hands, dissolving and transferring the enormous power of the explosion around him. The third was enshrouded in a protective shield. A gigantic black hole appeared in front of him, and the shattered stars were devoured by the black hole. The aftermath only shattered the protective shield at most, but it didn't hurt him at all. Haha. The three Shura laughed together. How does it feel to be resolved by your own skills? By the way, that kind of space crack is not your skill. In other words, I know everything you know, but you don't know what I know. You have no chance of winning, unless you can return to the galaxy territory of the super system. Unfortunately, you can't go back. This is the territory kingdom of the Wheel of Hera and the Mirage's illusion power. As long as I kill your clone, I can become the real you. You may not give up resistance, but resistance is indeed futile. Shinrue clenched his fists. He would never give up, but it was undeniable that he was indeed in a desperate situation at present. The three Shura should be clones split by the Wheel of Hera. Each of them was real, except for the demonic fly's transformation skill that required the god-eating mask. These clones could freely use all the skills of the super system. Besides, he didn't have the unique ability of retaliating with your own methods. Shinrue inadvertently caught a glimpse of Adeline on the shore below. He saw that the girl was wrapped in a thick mist, and the mist quickly poured into the girl's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was shocked. Shura, what did you do to her? This Naga girl is infatuated with you. I just fulfilled her wish to make her believe in you more. Shura showed a playful expression. I forgot to tell you that the true power of the Wheel of Hera is not cloning, but stealing faith. I have completely refined this magic weapon these days. How is it? This is a word that you can understand. Is she controlled by the Mirage now? No. She just accepted the spiritual link, which is equivalent to being honored to be my first believer. This is the link I invented. Let's call it the faith link. You don't have many faith crystals left. If you want to unlock this, I'm afraid you won't even have enough for the next Royal Star transformation. However, you won't have the next time. As for this cute toy, Shura stretched out a finger and shook it. As a believer, she must pay the price for her faith. I gave her to the Mirage as a reward for this illusionary kingdom. Unless you reach 6-star evolution, it is impossible for you to stop or attack the Mirage with your current strength, and you don't have to use clumsy tricks like delaying time anymore. Your star explosion just now was too weak. I can't stand it anymore. Now I will let you see the true appearance of star shattering. As soon as Shura's words sounded, Shinrue's body was suddenly surrounded by dark red and dark golden stars. In the next second, the stars burst open with extremely terrifying power, as if the entire universe collapsed. All the breaths were filled with one feeling: extinction. This destructive power was far above the star explosion that Shinrue had previously cast. At the moment when the dark stars burst, Shinrue's star diversion skill had already been activated. His arms rippled with 2 soft waves. A sonic boom sounded. While flying back rapidly, the light in his palm quickly dissipated the power of the approaching star explosion. The 10-second time limit of star diversion passed immediately. The power of the star explosion was still there. A protective shield appeared on Shinrue's body again. The protective shield turned into powder in an instant, but he had already teleported in time and finally escaped from the range of the star explosion. Another Shura's figure appeared in front of him in an instant. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smirk. You can't run away. Try this star explosion again. A huge crisis came in the blink of an eye. Shinrue's body shattered in the terrifying star explosion, but in fact it dispersed into countless flies. It was the god-eating mask's fly transformation. The flies were flying and were not affected by the explosion, but this state couldn't last long. After gathering into a human form, they could only face the incessant star explosion. At this time, Shinrue's protective shield, or star diversion, could no longer be used. He didn't even have the number of teleports. A large round shield with simple patterns immediately appeared in his hand to protect his body. The round shield was continuously shaken by the star explosion. Chinrue's entire body flew backward, but the mirror-like shield was unscathed. Despite the protection of the demon shield, and the demon shield could absorb a certain degree of damage and turn it into its own power, this full-range, powerful bombardment still caused serious injuries to Chinrue's internal organs in the agitation. At this moment, the sudden warning sign and the display of analytical eyes made Chinrue's pupils shrink suddenly. He heard a cold voice behind him. "Star explosion!" It was too late for Chinrue to dodge. The star explosion of 3 Shura were intertwined. The power was not simply superimposed. The nearby land turned into powder. The seawater surged hundreds of meters high under the terrifying power. A huge vacuum was formed in the center, and the seawater actually couldn't fall down. The continuous star explosion finally stopped, and the sea gradually returned to normal. A colorful light lit up in the center and recondensed into Chinrue's figure, but the star armor on his body had cracked and deformed in a large area. He looked extremely weak. "Oh!" The Shura in the middle sneered. "It turns out that Rala's amulet saved you. Unfortunately, your last life-saving straw has been used up. Just now, you actually desperately dispelled the spiritual link with Adeline. At this time, you still want to save that lovely girl. You are really a stupid guy. After I annihilate you, I will set up a tombstone for you in the galaxy territory of the super system, and it will say a philanthropic otaku." Chinrue gasped, and the remaining power quickly condensed. After Shura swallowed the wheel of Hera, a terrifying mutation did happen. On the surface, the level of strength between the two was the same, but in terms of quality, Shura far surpassed Chinrue, and there were 3 of him. Chinrue had basically used all his trump cards. The only threats were 4 Seasons territory, Sword of Fallen Angel, and Scorching Dragon Kill. In this case, it was almost impossible to eliminate 3 Shura at the same time, but he had no choice but to fight to the death. Shura saw through his mind. "Do you want to use Scorching Dragon Kill? I have 3 people here, and your Scorching Dragon Kill can only eliminate 1 at most. Humph, I will wait for your choice. This will be the last choice in your life." Just when Chinrue was in a desperate situation, Adeline, who was dispelled from the link, suddenly regained her sanity. She immediately realized the huge crisis between herself and Chinrue. "You are a mirage. Get out of my soul." The girl showed a fearful expression. The mirage's gloomy laughter sounded. "It's too late. My soul has basically merged with your soul. You are me and I am you. Unless I die, otherwise even the pseudo-god powerhouse can't separate us." No. The girl tried her best to resist the erosion of the mirage's soul. "Don't be afraid. Our fusion will only give you unexpected benefits." The mirage's words were full of temptation. "Don't you feel that your eyes can already see things? Your spirit power has been greatly extended, and you will have my illusion talent, Sir Guile." This sentence reminded Adeline. She looked at Chinrue, who was in an extremely critical situation in the sky, and exclaimed, "It's useless. He is now in my illusion kingdom. You can hear his voice, but he can't hear any of your voices. Quickly dispel the illusion kingdom. I promise you anything." The mirage sneered. "You are already in my control now. Even moving a finger is controlled by my will. What conditions do you have?" Adeline desperately tried to move her body. Sure enough, her soul and body seemed to be separated. She couldn't control it at all. "Give up resisting. At the last bit, we can perfectly fuse. At that time, you will become a powerhouse with the power of a kingdom step by step. You will accomplish things that you can only imagine before." Before the mirage finished speaking, it felt that Adeline's soul power emitted a dazzling strong light. Her body actually began to get out of his control. You actually burn your soul power? Are you crazy? You just said, unless I die. Adeline endured the pain of burning her soul while controlling her body to take out a delicate, small dagger from her waist. Shura's voice sounded in midair. Do you still want to use delay to restore your power? It's useless. This is a materialized kingdom that has integrated my destruction breath. You and I are originally one. With me here, even if you use the Stargate, you can only wander here. Adeline was shocked. The dagger in her hand was already pointing to her heart. This action shocked the Mirage. He wanted to desperately cut off the connection between the girl's soul and body, but the incomparable heat of the burning soul made him unable to imprison the girl's soul. Wait, we can discuss it. It's not that I don't want to stop, but because I signed a contract with that guy. The Illusion Kingdom can't stop at all. Adeline's dagger was close to her heart, and the Mirage quickly persuaded, Don't do this. We still have a way. I can let that Shura imprison him. No. Maybe I can let him escape. Adeline ignored his bewitchment. The dagger had penetrated the gauze clothes. The Mirage was terrified. The powerful illusion power surged out and turned into an extremely tempting voice. You finally recovered your vision. If you die, you will never see your sister. Not only your sister, but also this man. You will never see his smile or his figure again. The girl's dagger trembled violently, and bean-sized tears fell down drop by drop. When the Mirage saw hope, he quickly continued to bewitchment. This man should have his own lover. But I can help you keep him and imprison him by your side, so that he will only love you wholeheartedly for the rest of his life. You can also... Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill in his heart. The dagger had already penetrated him firmly. The Mirage suddenly let out a shrill scream. No. The Mirage never thought that after it finally merged with the soul body that it had dreamed of, such a situation would actually occur. Once the girl's life completely disappeared, then the outsider who was bound would also be annihilated. In panic, it couldn't care less about the soul damage. It desperately struggled to break away from the almost complete fusion state. The girl's body began to overflow with white mist. Let me end all this. 3 scorching dragon kill. You have no chance. Shura's voice sounded in 3 directions at the same time. The center was the seriously injured Chenrue. At this moment, the scene of the entire starry sky suddenly became distorted and thin. The screams of the Mirage could already be heard below. Shura frowned and saw Adeline, who fell to the ground with her chest dyed red with blood. He gritted his teeth. Incompetent person, you can't even control a girl. You are going to ruin my plan. Once the Illusion Kingdom disappeared completely, Shura would be forced to return to Chenrue's body. He immediately used his last strength, and the 3 clones shouted at the same time, Scorching dragon kill! The fierce and manic breath instantly filled every corner of the space. The 3 huge scorching dragons exuded a terrifying breath of power, wrapping Chenrue from 3 different directions. Even the demon, Shield, couldn't defend from this angle. Besides, teleportation and other skills had already been launched, so he could only take it head-on. At the critical moment, a strange light flashed around Chenrue, changing at a very fast speed. The seawater below was sometimes hot and sometimes frozen. At the moment when the scorching dragons approached Chenrue's body, everything miraculously stopped. Time seemed to stand still. This state only lasted for a moment. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 3 scorching dragons had slammed into each other, and the entire hidden, misty island trembled. However, Chenrue's body had already appeared outside the core range of the impact. Although the aftermath was still terrifying, it couldn't penetrate the defense of the demon shield. I really can't accept it. It's all this useless thing's fault. Shura's 3 bodies merged into one. He glanced at the screaming Mirage below and took a deep breath. The white mist overflowing from Adeline's body was actually exhausted by his sucking. Then the entire illusion kingdom began to disappear quickly along with Shura's body. The voice still echoed faintly. This time is just the beginning. Soon we will have a real end. Chinrue ignored the injury on his body. He looked at the girl lying in a pool of blood below and flew down. The Mirage's soul seemed to be swallowed by Shura. Adeline no longer had the Mirage's breath on her body. Strina, who was originally unconscious, also regained consciousness. Seeing her dying sister, she couldn't help but be shocked. She wanted to help Adeline deal with her injury, but the depth of the dagger made the female Naga warrior's heart sink completely. "Sorry, sister, I can't play the harp for you anymore." The girl spat out this sentence with difficulty. Her lost gaze began to collapse. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been bewitched by the enemy." Strina vaguely remembered the scene before she was bewitched. Tears gushed out. She didn't have the usual perseverance. Adeline. Chinrue's star armor had disappeared. He landed on the ground and half knelt down, staring deeply at the dying Naga girl. "I'm sorry, Sir Aguile." A tear fell from the girl's eyes. Her voice was extremely weak. "I just want to. The girl finally didn't continue, even at this last moment. There was no such thing as imprisonment, no such thing as a lifelong devotion. "I just want to be by your side. I just want to be like this." Although he didn't hear the conversation between the Mirage and the girl before, Chinrue suddenly understood in his heart. Maybe it is not unforgettable, but it is just a simple persistence. "I understand." Chinrue gently stroked the girl's wet hair. His tired eyes showed gentleness. "As long as you are willing, you can accompany me as a friend, as a sister, or if we can go to that step." The girl's already dim pupils suddenly brightened. "Never give up your hope." Chinrue had a bottle of black potion in his hand. "You will see the castle in the sky with your own eyes. Your beautiful harp sound will intoxicate everyone. This is not only hope, but also my most solemn promise." Chapter 611. The encounters in life were always unpredictable. When the Naga girl took the initiative to accept the sea sacrifice imprint, she was already prepared for the sacrifice of death. She didn't expect so many things to happen later. Perhaps from the moment she met the Aguile brought back by her sister Strina, the trajectory of the wheel of fate began to change. Chinrue also didn't expect that Adeline would undergo such a strange change after using the resurrection potion to be reborn. It should be because a considerable part of the power of the Mirage's illusion kingdom remained in the Naga girl's body. The advantage was that the girl suddenly had a huge spirit power. She could control the mist of the entire hidden Misty Island and even create a powerful illusion like the Mirage. Of course, she was not proficient yet. The disadvantage was that Adeline was affected by some special power and couldn't leave the hidden Misty Island. Even if she had the soul body that the Mirage wanted to use to get rid of the imprisonment, this should be the sequelae of the failure of the fusion. While inheriting the property, she also inherited the debt. Adeline was not depressed. After experiencing the test of life and death, the Naga girl seemed to have grown up a lot suddenly. Nothing was more important than helping Aguile get out of danger and saving the lives of her sister and companions. "Don't worry, there must be a way." From the previous encounter of King Octopus, Chinrue could guess that the Mirage and Red Centipede were imprisoned here by the Dark Dragon Emperor to guard the treasure. There must be a way to lift the imprisonment in the Dragon Emperor's treasure. Seeing Chinrue's determined eyes, Adeline lowered her head and nodded slightly. She felt a lot more at ease. "Now that you have become the new master of the hidden Misty Island, the illusion control of the Naga and elementals should be lifted right." Chinrue knew that Adeline had a kind of shyness in her heart, so he spoke to resolve the awkward atmosphere. In fact, in his heart, the Naga girl was a sister who needed to be protected, so he didn't have any extra thoughts. As expected, at the mention of this, Adeline's expression seemed natural. She replied, "Those people and elementals have broken free from the illusion. They will be fine after a day of rest. The hidden Misty Sea area is the Nether Sea area, also known as the Dead Sea. Unfortunately, there is no more news about the Dead Sea in the memory I got. The name Dead Sea reminded Chinrue of the saltwater lake in another world that couldn't drown people to death. However, it was obvious that the Dead Sea here was definitely a land of death filled with threats. Adeline looked up at the misty sky in the distance. I feel something strange approaching the hidden misty island from the east. In the air, Chinrue raised his eyebrows. Perhaps it is the Royal Highness King who threatened not to wait for me. Come to think of it, the Dark Elemental King really came at the right time. After everything was done, he just appeared. Chinrue's guess was right. It was the Dark Elemental King, Hegel, who came, but Hegel looked very embarrassed. The airship was damaged, and many of his dark elementals were also killed. Seeing that Chinrue was waiting for him on the hidden misty island and saw his embarrassed appearance, Hegel's heart was quite upset. Hegel was attacked by a large number of powerful flying sea beasts in the air, and he was caught in a bitter battle. He almost couldn't reach here. The result of the battle of the hidden misty island also made Hegel feel unbelievable. The last time he stopped here, he was defeated by the Illusion Kingdom, cast by the mirage hidden in the dark. Now, Aguile and the others actually defeated the hidden powerhouse. It is really inconceivable. No matter what method it is, a victory is a victory. They can safely pass the hidden misty island. Regardless of luck or strength, it is better than my last exploration. Hegel had to admit this. After asking about what happened before from the Dark Elementals who traveled with Chinrue, the Dark Elemental King was silent for a moment, and he said, I want to thank you for not giving up these Dark Elementals at the most dangerous moment. Although the hatred between us can't be resolved, I can promise in the name of the Dark Elementals that I will not retaliate against you in any form in the entire Dead Sea. It turns out that you still want to cheat me while looking for the fragment. Chinrue despised Hegel a few times in his heart and shrugged. If the origin fragment of the dark element is not in the hidden misty island, then we must continue to move forward. Now we only know that the next stop is called the Nether Sea, and there seems to be a powerful enemy. We don't know anything else. Does Your Highness Hegel plan to continue to move forward by airship? The location of the origin fragment of the dark element should be in the depths of the Nether Sea, but my airship is no longer usable. The Dark Elemental King frowned. I still have a ship. Together with the dark elementals you saved, we can reorganize into 3 ships. We must break through this obstacle. Chinrue thought for a while and said, To be honest, Your Highness, I have a treasure map in my hand. It marks the location of the Dark Dragon Emperor's treasure hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is likely to be the same goal as the origin fragment you are looking for. It is also related to my 2 friends. At this point, the Dragon Emperor's treasure definitely couldn't be hidden from Hegel, so it was better to be honest, especially after hearing Hegel's words just now. Chinrue had faintly grasped some of the Dark Elemental King's character. Sure enough, Hegel interrupted him disdainfully. Treasure? It's nothing more than money or treasure. What a foolish and ignorant value. Don't you know that only your own power is the greatest wealth in this world? The flashy fame and fortune you pursue are simply worthless in the eyes of the Elemental King. I only want the origin fragment of the dark element, and I don't want anything else. If the 2 are not together, then I will not help you find the so-called treasure. Of course, as for the treasure, as Your Highness King said, we just have different values. Let's make a deal then. Chinrue did not explain too much. He said to Strina, You stay and take care of Adeline. I will find a way to eliminate her imprisonment. Strina pondered for a moment, and she asked Chinrue sternly, After this is over, do you plan to take her away? If she is willing. Chinrue looked at the Naga girl. To be honest, she is not suitable for fighting, even if she gets the power of the mirage. Besides, I have given her a promise and hope. It will definitely come true. Strina took a deep look at Chinrue. Thank you. Then I will go to the Nether Sea with you, not only to help you find the treasure, but also for the fate of the Naga tribe. As for Adeline, I believe in her. She can take care of herself, even if she is alone." Adeline nodded to her sister. In fact, with her current ability, although she could not skillfully manipulate the illusion power left by the mirage, there should be no problem for her to protect herself on this hidden, misty island. Then rest for 2 days first, then. After the arrangements were made, Chenrue, who had been resisting his exhaustion, could no longer control the sequelae of the royal star transformation. He swayed and fell down. He was caught by Strina, who was quick to react. Strina immediately picked up Chenrue. She suddenly thought of something and glanced at Adeline with a strange expression. She happened to meet her sister's knowing smile. The female Naga warrior inexplicably calmed down. She carried Chenrue, who had fallen into a deep sleep, toward the camp. 2 days later, the Devil's Snare ship left the hidden misty island with 3 large black ships. Under the control of Adeline, the mist in front of the fleet disappeared without a trace. The journey was unimpeded. Strina didn't look at her sister, who waved goodbye on the shore. She just looked down at the scimitar in her hand. This was the new weapon given to her by Chenrue. It was enough to withstand the killer move of the flame blade. The mirror-like surface of the scimitar reflected the slightly red eyes of the female Naga warrior. A few days later, the 4 ships left the hidden misty sea that was shrouded in mist and entered the Nether Sea that Adeline mentioned. The color of the sea here was darker. At first glance, it looked like black, giving people a terrifying feeling. The weather in the Nether Sea was very bad. It was full of hurricanes, thunder, and rainstorms. It was completely different from the hidden misty sea ahead, as if they were 2 different worlds. The main body of the Dark Elemental King's ship was made of a kind of dark crystal with various strange effects. It should be some kind of crystal associated with the dark elementals. Chenrue visually estimated that the value of this kind of crystal was by no means less than the expensive gold crystal. It might even be more valuable. These 3 ships alone are invaluable. No wonder the King Royal Highness doesn't like the flashy treasure. Look, what is that? This was already the 3rd day of entering the Nether Sea. The fleet finally encountered a ship. The speed of the fleet gradually slowed down. With the eyesight of Chenrue and Hegel, they could already see the appearance of the ship clearly. Its appearance was relatively old. There seemed to be no one on the ship. It looked lifeless. Strina noticed that the color of the water here was darker. It was impossible to see the situation in the water at all. Even the perception power couldn't penetrate deep. "Go over and take a look." Hegel's voice reached the Devil's Snare ship. The 4 ships formed a semi-encirclement and gradually approached the ship. When approaching the ship, the weaker Nagas on the Devil's Snare ship all had an illusion as if an invisible pair of eyes were staring at them out of thin air. They couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. A strange sense of fear spread from their hearts. That fear was quickly dispelled. Hegel's voice sounded, "Humph! Reckless thing, you actually dare to show terror in front of the dark elementals. Fire the cannons. No matter what it is, blast it into pieces." The 3 black ships launched cannons at the same time. The ship was riddled with holes and quickly sank into the sea. Full rudder left. "Quick!" Chenrue suddenly shouted, "Hegel, be careful of the water." Almost at the same time, a few huge things suddenly emerged from the water without warning. A black ship of the Dark Elemental King couldn't dodge in time, and the entire hull was overturned by the things that emerged. Fortunately, the ship of the Dark Elementals was extraordinary. It actually flew obliquely in the air for a while, and it landed steadily on the water. But the crew members on it had already fallen. Some even fell into the water. Those things that emerged were actually large ships. After emerging from the water, the side cannons on both sides of these ships began to drain quickly. These ships were covered with seaweed and other foreign objects, as if they had sunk to the bottom of the sea for many years and were awakened by Hegel's cannons. The ship was no longer empty. After seeing the crew members clearly, Chinrue's eyes flashed with surprise. He finally understood the meaning of Octopus King's sentence, not afraid of death. No wonder it is also called the Dead Sea. It turns out that these crew members are all undead creatures, without exception. Ship of the Undead,